What is up, everybody? Okay, let's see if we get any good shit. Oh, fuck. Music's like, final boss just started there. Alright, we're chapter 19, so we gotta be getting somewhere. Let's see here. Always bells. Going to need them. I'll do my FP summon real quick. Chat, can we, now, I'm really happy with Percival, right? And they did a good job with him, and that's great, because sometimes they don't do that. So I'm not complaining. But if we could get Sir K and Agravain, that would be great. I'm just saying, it's like, I'm worried that, we're not going to get any more Knights of the Round, because they're like, oh, we've got so many, and like, you know, Percival was like the bonus one, right? So I'm kind of worried we're not going to see Agravain or K. I think Agravain has the best chance, because he's literally in FGO stories, for God's sakes. But I am happy with Percival. I like his gameplay because it's fun and it's useful and it's good, but it's not overpowered or like whale only, right? It's not like that at all. And then he's got a good design that's like an anime Percival, right? So it's all good. But he's not weak either, right? He's not OP, but he's not weak, so it's nice. Yeah, I think Agravain has a pretty good chance of getting in, but then after that, I don't know. Chat, if I see one more fucking story support after a friend support, I'm just... I hate it so much. And I swear it's their way of making story supports not annoying, but it's so much more annoying. Right, you literally have 2 to 5 units on the team that you don't have control over. Like, what the hell is that? I did a final 10 pull for SQ and I earned playing from the story and I actually got Percival and Valk. Well, you already had Valkyrie in P5, I'm assuming, though I don't know what account you're on. But that's good, Arjuna, grats, because I know you wanted them. Feels good. After I did my Percival summons, which took more SQ than I would like, I got my login streak on my main account, so I got 30 SQ back that way, so that was kind of nice. The thing is, if they use characters in other stories and those stories are completed, they're very likely to add them to FGO eventually. Percival could have been in P2, yeah, that's true. Nothing like the 50-50. Alright, you know, I really need to level this account's Drake's, like, her skills. I always forget that I have Drake over here. I don't have her on any other account. And it'd be fun to have a ready-to-go Drake. You know, it's nice to level up unique things on my ult so it plays differently than my main, right? Kind of the fun of an ult account. Let's do some Ruler Martha shenanigans here. Go with default. I don't see Agravain happening for the anniversary. I'd be very happy if it was. Okay, looks like more coup stuff. Crazy. Oh, there he is. I was about to say, he hasn't been in the story since, like, the beginning. Took a while. This music, though, that's Fate's Day Night. The first time this played in the anime is when Ku fights Emiya, I'm pretty sure. Like in the second episode or whatever. Actually, it might have been the first episode. It's been a while. Was Mash already back in the party because the midget is? Wasn't really paying attention last night. Are we fighting Caster Ku? Is like, because you do that in Fuyuki, right? It's like a warm up or whatever. Yep. Did not give his dogs unique sprites. They have an effect on death. Looks like something about HP max. Like maximum HP up or maximum HP down for who killed them or something. And, Krusumde, I never say this even remotely right. Thank you for the 25th gift that's up, and to Ziggy. And Ziggy's here a lot, so it feels good. let's see. Maybe we just Zerg Caster Coup and see what happens. And another gifted sub to Random. Feels good. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Jesus, and another gifted sub. My God, we're just spamming them now. But thank you. That's 27 in total. Jesus. You don't need to do any more than that, though. That's plenty. But I do appreciate it. Okay, we got PFA here. Okay, and a gifted sub to L. 28. I like how he's not even saying anything. Being mysterious in the shadows, I see. Is Caster Coup and then Booty, okay, with the resub for 3 months. And another gifted sub, Jesus Christ. Okay, I gotta concentrate on the stream here, guys. We can't just scam train forever. And someone asked if Caster Coup is the only caster with evade. I don't think so. I'm pretty doesn't like wait, no, Lolly Adventure's a writer. Excuse me. Let me think. I mean, surely someone else does. I mean, I know there's some with invulnerability and whatnot. I guess it's because casters normally aren't agile, right? Or Coup is, but a lot of them aren't. I honestly can't think any off the top of my. Let me look. Let me check the list here. Couple of gifted subs, but I do appreciate the support, man. But all right, hold on. I need to. Okay, any other casters? A lot with invulnerability. That's like their shtick. Geronimo should have it, but he doesn't. Yeah, wow, casters have invulnerability a lot. Cause like Irisville has invulnerability, Babbage has invulnerability, Shakespeare has invulnerability, and I guess because you know magic shields and that kind of thing is what they're trying to go for. I guess Scatty has evade on her NP. It's not exactly a skill or anything, but that kind of counts. What about Miss Crane here? No, she's invulnerability. Yeah, wow. So yeah, it's Scatty and Coup, and that's pretty much it. And Mayandu with the what has gotten into everyone today? I'm trying to punch my favorite character. Thank you. Gotta, you know, violence and all that. All right, he's got double defense up. This is kind of bad, actually. Before he just spams it. Wait, why did I do that? Okay, I'm throwing right now. I'm gonna just restart right now. Might need to give her command codes. I don't want to counter his evade. Well, I want to see if he casts it every turn or not. If he does, then we kind of need sure hit. But I'm going to counter the defense and see if I'm actually able to get anything done here. Everyone hype on the scam train right now. Poi Poi's not even here. Those are dimes, thank you. But yeah, Poi Poi's not even here. Alright, well, this is the wrong UI. I love this game. Then I clicked the wrong button. I blame chat for this. Okay. Look at chat financially supporting me. How fucking dare they? Okay. Okay. We're not evade. We're not getting pierce. I can't. Sure hit. I'm not gonna use sure hit command codes because I don't want to trivialize the gimmick. But if he casts it every turn, though, then I'm gonna have to. We'll see what happens here. We'll just do this one, and I guess healing. No, wait, hold on. We'll do heal boost, and then regular healing. Let me guess. It's equipped to somebody else. Actually, it's not. How about that? Jesus, and Zert 9000 with also a gifted sub. I swear this is just like, it's like a cascade effect right now, but I do really appreciate all the support, guys. But hold on, we gotta murder a boss here. Okay, we'll do this. Alright, you know what? We'll do a half measure. We won't do the Pierce and Vulnerability sure hit, but we'll do just the sure hit. So I have one card that hits. And that way, if he does spam it like it's a gimmick, we might be able to win, but we won't completely trivialize it. I feel like that's actually fair. And thank you, Truck Kun, for the 50 bits. I can count. Okay, chat, because this has been like the talk for a while, and then Jesus, not a ghost with the Twitch Prime. Also, thank you. I need to kill things now. So okay, chat, this has been like the talk if they're gonna add like a limit break, you know, Grail system. If you go beyond 100, like super Grails or some shit. Now, I'm not really sure they're going to do that, but you know, who knows? Maybe they let you go to 110. You know, we'll see. But if they do it, but it's very rare. Let me stress this, like it's super rare, right? You can only do it occasionally, right? Very slow thing. Who would you Grail to 110 first, right? Like if the limit went from 100 to 110, who would... I don't know, everyone keeps saying 120. I don't think they would go to 120. I feel like if they did it, they would go to 110, but I guess we'll see. Some interesting, Gilgamesh, Pinth, Quetz, Okita, Beowulf, Pinth, like double Pinth, wow. Another Okita. Well, this is all over the map. Another Okita, a lot of Okitas here. We got Chaco, Jana, Raiko, New Kid, Morgan, Gilgamesh, Arthur. Yeah, it's pretty all over the place. I see a lot of Areshigal actually now, but quite a few Pinths and Okitas there. Some Scavs, some Nobus. Obviously, I'd go with Lancerku, clearly. A lot of Gills, a lot of Gil. I mean, that stands to reason. Gil is, anytime they do polls and stuff, Gil is always a super popular, and I super like Gil. I like Gil almost exactly as much as I like Ku, really. I like Ku more gameplay-wise, though. Just because Gil's a little, giant AoE bomb gimmick, right? Hot Wheels, that's a good one. Yes, I figured you'd pick Sei. I would expect nothing less. I would be disappointed if you did not. So if he evades every turn, and if you didn't have sure hit, like you're playing through the game like a normal person, right? Maybe you're a newer account or something like that. Although I don't know how you'd be in Lostbelt 6 as a newer account. But anyway, if you had limited options and you're doing this boss, and if he does cast evade every single turn, you would just one-shot him on turn 1. Which, even on a piece of shit account, if you summoned a friend's OP support, you could definitely do that. And then Sei with the extended sub, which is essentially a resub. It does look like he evades every single turn, which is kind of rough for us. Drake would have wrecked this because she has Pierce Invulnerability. They want you to kill the dogs, but they do something on death, so I'm trying to avoid that. Okay, we do that. Get rid of the defense up, but then do the biggest buster for the last. Man, if he actually does this every turn, I'm not sure Rule and Martha's going to get the job done here. Skill seal. Oh, he didn't get a turn because of the taunt dying. Oh, we're cheesing right now. He has divinity. That helps. This might be our only chance to really fuck him up, so... She got this. He buffed her MP. She does defense down before damage, because that's balanced. 218, and she is not Grailed. Wow, she killed him. I thought she would just get him really low, and I'd have to kill him with my extra attack and the one sure hit that I had. That is wild, dude. And what I really like about Martha's niche is it's huge. It's undead, it's divine, and there's demonic, right? Those, it's all in one. And there's so many enemies that have at least one of those traits. It works on more things than there's any single class in the game, right? And by a lot, like a lot. So it's, you can essentially see it as anything that's one of those three things is squishy counter classes, right? And then that actually ends up being a massive amount of enemies. So it's pretty swell, and then she's tanky against everything, so it works out. Alright, let's see what these guys do. I like how I'm not needing to cast my other skills. I can't even imagine what a level 100, like 2k fold Martha does if they are in her niche. Okay, I will use this. I'm gonna overheal by a good bit. Wait, no, that's not the heal, it's the second one. Excuse me, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I guess I'll get my NP here then. So I'll do heal boost, and then the heal I'll hit for 2000. That's so good being able to heal for 2,000, by the way. In the command codes. You know, just in case they do something really nasty, I wonder if I want to get them low, kill them both at the same time, because I certainly can. Because they might do like massive HP up to their teammates, or they might do massive HP down to us, right? Because I could kill one right now, but that might be a bad idea. Yeah, I'll try to get them low and kill them at the same time. I feel like that's a good idea, or at least almost kill them both at the same time. Okay, I don't want to kill that one, but I want to get it just a little bit lower. Do this. Like to get rid of that attack down. Okay, let's see what happens. Let me see, do I have one more turn? Yep, let me let that wear off. Okay, perfect. If it's a debuff, I've got debuff immunity. Merlikilt? What? I don't know how to fucking say that at all, but thank you for the gifted sub. That might have been the name I just butchered the most, but y'all know what I'm about at this point. Come on, Green. I mean, I don't know what that is. It's either that or like Mr. Lekilt or some shit. It's even capitalized, no excuses, bullshit. Mr. If it was just Mr. Kilt, I can handle that, but there's a fucking L. Why is there an L? It's Mr. Iceit? Wait, what? How is that Mr. Iceit? Oh, that's not an L, that's an I. Okay, I see it now. That's so bullshit. That's so bullshit. See, if you wanted to do that, you do that. Look how that's how you spell it. Okay, even that would be hard though for me. I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't be able to read it that way either. I mean, I see it now, but yeah, I would never pick up on that. I would never pick up. It's not reading. It's not. Look. If you do this, look like that, I can read that. Of course, I can read that. That's normal right there. You know, this fucking, first off, capital I looks like an uncapital L, right? And you put it next to Mr. It looks like, it's like, why is there an L there, right? Like, don't you sass me, chat. Okay, alright, let's see if we can win here. I almost need to do Buster NP, but I don't know if extra will do 20. Well, let's find out. Cancelled, unsubbed, yep. I'm not sure this is gonna kill. Nope, that was not even in the ballpark, okay. Well, there goes our ability to double kill. Can heal. Do this. That should kill, then heal me a lot. Alright, what do they do on death? Whatever they're doing, it must only affect Ku. So it probably made like Ku's health go up or something. Huh. That's kind of unfortunate. I wonder if it did anything significant. I'm guessing they wanted you to AoE, not kill Ku because he had evade, and then kill the dogs, and then it buffs the shit out of Ku. I'm guessing that's like the trap. I don't see why they couldn't make that fight harder. Obviously you're not supposed to be like having a super serious fight lore-wise, I don't think. But there's no reason why you couldn't make it more interesting gameplay-wise. They've already, you know, they had that fight with, you know, Dog Juna. That is such a funny nickname for him, by the way. Because yeah, I didn't see it before, but as soon as someone called him Dog Juna, you can just so see it, right? It's ridiculous. I'm so glad Caster Coup got an animation update, dude. Like, Jesus Christ, it took so long. I'm assuming there's like 25 chapters or something. If there's 30 or some crazy shit though, then I guess we still have a ways to go. We'll see. So wait, is MASH back? I've been so not paying attention to the good guy sprites. Because it's been the same nerds this whole time. Because I know we went to the tree, they went to the tree in the past, right? No, MASH is still in the past. Okay, well, how did the midget get back here? Okay, there's Caster Coup. Alright, we're fighting a ruler. I don't really want to use an Avenger unless it's, like, actually really hard. Right? Let's look at our options here. Please don't give me NPC supports. Don't fucking do it, game. Ruler versus ruler. That's the middle option. I'm gonna try being counterclassed first. And if that's like, oh god, that's bad, then we'll do neutral. And if that's still bad, then we'll do Avenger. Although we might do a team because it's level 86. So this might actually be a real boss fight. Let's go with Gwaine. Don't have any command codes equipped to him right now, which is not ideal. Let's fix that. Try to put our best foot forward here. Because the command code UI is so great, and you can access it so smoothly from the team menu, you know. I'm actually going to give him a defense removal command code just in case. That's a really good safe one to go with. Yeah, she's not that great right now, but we don't know what her third skill is, and that can make a massive difference. I mean, there's loads of units where their third skill is what makes everything tie together, right? Like, and you got Hohenheim, who basically exists entirely because of his third skill. So I think the fact that they've hidden her third skill is for a reason, right? I think her third skill is probably going to be pretty significant, so... I don't think she's nutty. Like, when you compare her directly to Hans, the thing is her NP doesn't do enough. That's the thing. She does get her NP very easily. It's just her NP's not that great. But it's okay. Her NP's fine. It's not like it's like shit or anything, but it's nothing like phenomenal. But if her third skill is really strong and like synergizes with her NP, then I think she's going to be really good. That's what it comes down to. Alright, let's... Anything else I need to remove here? Alright, we'll go with the anti-ruler command code, because fuck them. Or if we're going to have to do, you know, resistant damage... Wait, I don't know if this account has it, because I don't play this account a lot. I know I do. This thing is so crazy if you're fighting, like, Joan of Arc, because then it's a 40% damage up. But against basically every other character, or every other ruler, it's, 20. I wonder if they're a servant. Could be a shadow servant or something. Alright, let's go with this one. Could do Star Bomb or Star Absorb. Let's do Star Bomb. Few random lucky crits never hurt. Could do double Star Bomb actually, because then you're definitely going to get a few random crits over the course of the fight. So in case of an insane emergency, I'm going to do debuff clear on quick. You never know when a boss has some nasty thing like that. Yeah, let's try it. Surely it's not going to have like a spammable defense buff. Right? It's not like they do that all the time or anything. Seriously, why can't you go to the command code UI from the team menu? And then why can't you switch command codes from one servant to another? Like, so many things. Let's do this one. Generally good for Gwen. Either that one or Anniversary Blonde. Basically never default, weirdly enough. DW does, you know, puts in very, like, so little stuff comes out of FGO content-wise, but the fact that they only have, last time we knew, they only had 7 developers doing system stuff and gameplay stuff, that's just insane. Like, why have you not hired more people? Like, that's so fucked up for those 7. This is going to be really bad for Gwen. This is, not good. Also, thanks for the taunt, guys. That's handy. Lasts forever. It has no limit. That's interesting. Well, we're in trouble. I like how we got 1 card. I kind of want to do this on a team, but without anything that counters. Or you use Darius and you just get your NP and win, but wow, they're really helping me out here. Although the deck isn't. Yeah, that went very poorly for the opening cards. Oh no, I have taunt. So what I would have done if he'd gotten taunted earlier is I would have just removed it with this. Or if I had his quick card, I'd remove it that way, and I'd already have casted George's taunt, so it would take over. Well, we're fucked. I doubt these are the Agravain guys because there's already been Camelot Knight stuff with like Aurora and stuff, and I assume that's what it's pertaining to. Agravains are berserkers anyway. Let's do the double star bomb actually. That's the usual Rex, definitely. See, now imagine if that wasn't, you know, half damage, or if we had crit with either of those. Oof. Got that burn damage though. Alright, come on. 70% crit with the bonus command code. Let's go. Give me the goods. Nope. He would have been low enough that I would have killed it this turn. Nice hit count. That's good. Let me guess art down? Oh, we guarded it. We'll never know. This isn't completely hopeless, but it's a little hopeless. That middle one we should be able to kill when we NP. So, due to the way this fight is, I actually should have gone with healing, but there was no way to know. Come on! All those crit chances and not one. Work with me, game. Okay, their hit count is atrocious when they're not doing their NP. Hey look, they have a defense buff. And I removed my thing to get rid of that. Kind of a whoops moment. I need to NP next turn because it's the last turn of my buff. I should have put the art in second place actually. Overkill. Don't kill me this turn, don't kill me this turn! Woo boy! That was close. So if it wasn't for the Arjuna command code, we would have died that turn, and our guts would have gone off. Okay, we didn't kill that one, but he'll die to the dot eventually. If the timing works out, because we hit him for 2k here. He dies in 2 turns. I think we just, like, barely lose. Man, that sucks. We're super close. I think if I had better command codes, we could have won this. And also if I just crit a few more times. Like, the lack of crits were really, I'm putting the 40% last because of the command code. RNG, let's go. We need a miracle. We need, like, all 3 of those to crit. The crits have just not been with us on this one. We were so close. But we dead. Damn it. Because the dot goes off after damage, so even if I had killed that one, the other one would have lived before he took the burn damage. Alright, we might want to escalate things a little bit. Who do we want to try? I know who I want to try. Hold on. This might be boring to some, but I know exactly what I want to do. I gotta set it up on my main account, though. You know, you can't lose if you just never take your turn. I think that's a strategy you should employ next time. I mean, you're not wrong. It's just you also never get to play the game again, right? I am obviously not. Why would I use Dante? Like that's just mean. But I'm obviously not using Osaka Hime. That's not happening. Yeah, but you don't lose? I mean, yeah, that's true. Hey, look, it's the command code UI. It's so great. Here all the time. Alright, let me think. What are the optimal command codes for those guys? They do have a defense up, but they don't seem to use it much. Caligula could actually potentially do it if it's a Grailed one. Because you'd kill them really quick, and you'd have to get lucky though. You'd have to land your everything on Imperial Privilege and stuff. It'd be tough. Probably Gut CE. But he could kill them pretty quick. Chat, after looking at that information at DW, I do legitimately feel bad for their employees, because like that's just such a fucked up situation they're in. But like, I just can't fathom why they, after all this time and how successful FGO has been, why they haven't hired more staff. It's insane. That is terrible fucking management. Like that's absolutely insane that they did not hire more staff. Yeah, they have 7, as of 2019, they had 7 employees in charge of all gameplay systems and like anything technical related for the game. The UI, implementing mobs, mechanics, and all that stuff. They had 7, which is ridiculous. And what's really scary about that is that interview was in 2019, and then in 2020, they had an employee approve that he was an employee for DW, and then leak that they were like panicking and pulling people off of FGO and putting them on Sakura Wars, trying to save it and make it, you know, work. So they potentially have less now. Like, they potentially have less. Now, obviously, they have other employees working on FGO that are in charge of, like, you know, other aspects, you know, like, you know, I guess hiring the artists and dealing with that kind of stuff. But all the technical stuff, they only had 7 employees. And I'm just like, what the fuck? So I've been sitting here trying to find the Kiara command code, and I just cannot find it. There we go. Good God. I was looking through my UI just over and over, and I could not find the damn thing. Yeah, it's not they only have 7 employees working on FGO. They only have 7 employees, or they only had 7 employees as of 2019 working on the technical side of things. But there are other things to work on, right? you know, marketing and so on and so forth. And that's not a leak or anything. They said it in an interview, right? That's what they said in an interview. It's just crazy. I guess maybe Aniplex sees it as like, well, if they have so few employees and we don't have to pay them that, you know, because there's only 7 people, it's not that much, and the game's making this much money, then why hire more people, right? But that's a terrible mindset. That's not future thinking at all. Like, obviously you're not going to keep up with the times like that. I'm really struggling to think what command codes to use for these guys. I guess I'll do the anti-defense one just in case. Like, it won't do anything though for the turn-to-turn stuff, really. But when they're already cutting your damage in half, and that's like from neutral, right? You don't want your damage going even lower. I mean, when you look at how Sakura Wars did, I think it's kind of evident that no one would play FGO if it wasn't Fate. Because Sakura Wars was FGO without the Fate, and that did not pan out. Yeah, it could. Aniplex seems like cheap bastards, and that's how they do things a lot of the time, so I think that could be a big part of the problem. But I really am hopeful. I really am hopeful things are going to get better, and with the new, you know, second in command they've got, who's like in charge of daily operation stuff as far as I've heard, and with Sakura Wars shutting down and everything, I don't think that's copium. I mean, it's like, companies might make bad decisions and be out of touch and that kind of stuff, but it's not like they're going to sit there and allow themselves to implode, right? You know, Sakura Wars failed miserably, right? That game did very badly for them. They lost a lot of money. That's not going to put a company in a mindset of like, yeah, let's not do anything that's going to make sense, right? When Sakura Wars fails that bad, the sensible thing to do is try to do better with FGO, the one thing that they have that is doing well, right? You know, if anything, that's the small brain play that you would expect a you know, not a forward-thinking company to do. So I do think things are going to get better for FGO with Sakura. The only way I think it won't, there's 2 things I can see happening that could make a problem. One is if the new director guy, president or whatever his title is, if he just wants to take DW in a completely different direction. DW is not owned by Aniplex, right? They're just hired by them to run this game and stuff, right? They're the publisher for FGO. But Aniplex does not own DW, and you know, that's why they have games with other companies and such, right? And so that new director, he comes from like Street Fighter, and he's only ever worked on fighting games in his entire career. Right, he might be like, okay, you know, this is my chance to be like the head of a company and get a lot done and you know, make a name for myself and all this. So let's take this, you know, company that's kind of in a weird spot right now and let's move it in a new direction and, you know, build something, right? So he might be interested in building completely different games, and you know, he might not know anything about FGO, and he might just be like, yeah, just, you know, put it in maintenance mode, you know, try to coast. You know, if it fails, whatever. In the meantime, I'm gonna try to build something new, you know, fighting game or whatever. And because God knows, he might just completely change the direction of DW. Companies do that. You know, there's been plenty of game companies that like always made strategy games and get completely revitalized and completely change what they're about and stuff like that. Could totally happen. The other thing I could see going south is if after doubling down on Sakura Wars and wasting all that money, they double down on fucking that it's difficult becoming an adult game they've been working on for a while, right? And like, because they seem to be kind of desperate to have a golden goose that's not connected to Aniplex. Their attitude definitely seems that way to me. So yeah, they might just keep trying that. But honestly, I do kind of expect their new guy in charge to focus on new things, because he has no history with mobile games. He has a lot of history with fighting games and that kind of stuff, and he kind of just comes in and is put in a position of power. I don't really expect him to be like, okay, how about these mobile games, right? I don't think he's going to see it that way. We'll see, though. We'll see. And, you know, what a smart person does that's in a position like him, if he doesn't understand fighting games or doesn't understand mobile games and that kind of thing, is delegate, and you put someone else in charge that you know does know what they're talking about, right? And you look at, okay, FGO is making this much money, it's costing us this much money. How much resource should we put into it, right? It doesn't necessarily have to know that much about FGO and that kind of thing to make good decisions for it. Alright, do I want to remove the debuff? Yeah, I think I remove it with this one. Does it matter what order I kill them in? Yes, this one needs to die first because it can cast Sure Hit. Really bad opening hand here. That one only gets one action per turn, so that's useful. Okay, game, can you stop fucking putting the taunt on Ku every turn? Like, Jesus. Also, still a bad hand. Quick Chain versus... Yeah, I guess we did Quick Chain. Yikes, bad start. Didn't get cards, didn't get my NP, which is incredibly unlikely considering we had starting NP. This is so bad. And also, we got taunt every turn there. That was pretty shit. I think what's really gonna mess up Ku here is just the fact that he's single target. That's just way too much ruler health to get through. Or Gwaine, every time he NP'd, was getting, you know, massive extra value. Just insta-death. That's clearly the strategy here. I'm just restarting. This is stupid. Like that, I got so screwed over there. Like I need my heal so I can buy time for PFA again, and I had to waste it. And then I'm behind a turn because of not getting my NP, even though like I was incredibly likely to get my NP. Like that was just shit. Why would I use Antonio? Chat, stop, like, I don't need advice. I'm not stuck on this stage. I don't know how to beat it. Like, Jesus Christ, I'm not using an Avenger. This stage will be over in 7 seconds with an Avenger. Like, literally, where is the fun in that? Can you stop giving Ku the fucking taunt? That's 3 turns in a row. Even Ongra could solo this easy. Actually, Moon Cancer isn't any really worse. No, yeah, it's slightly worse. So you take more damage, but you do the same. And okay, lovely. I like how I got that. That is 4 turns in a row that Ku has gotten the taunt, and then I got 0 cards there. Dude, I see this all the time on like my YouTube comments or my VODs, where people act like I don't know how to beat these stages, right? And like I'm not just like messing around and trying to find a way to do it with, you know, off meta classes. It's not off meta units. Obviously the units we're using a lot of times are good, but it's like the wrong scenario for them. Like, wow, how could I possibly beat 3 rulers? It's not like I could just use any AoE Berserker or any Avenger in the entire game. How are these opening hands so bad, though? At least we didn't get fucking taunt every goddamn turn there. That was nice. First turn sucks, but this turn is more than enough. So much RNG though with the NP game. Okay, this is way better than the previous one. Are you even playing the game if you don't spend hours grinding hundreds of lottery boxes every event? Boy, if every event was a lottery event, that would be pretty swell. By the way, I've never opened 100 boxes on a single account in my entire time playing FGO. Now, I have opened 100 boxes spread out amongst all of my accounts during a single lottery event. But I have never on a single account farmed enough to get 100 lottery boxes because I don't give a shit enough, and also because I have like a billion accounts, and just doing like 20 or 30 on each account generally is more than enough. I actually open more boxes than the average player by far. It's just too many accounts, so. Crits versus NP gain. I don't have the Merlin command code, so I think we pass on the art card. We'll go crits then. Did I put the... You know what? Let's do the 50 last, because it's got the command code. See if we get lucky here. Oh, we saved Scummed Boys, and we knew that one was in the crit. That's why we put it in third place, even though it had a lower crit chance. Why you gotta fucking crit me like that? I'm actually lowering my damage by doing that, but worth, I think. Okay. The crit spread on this one is pretty cancer. So 20% more damage versus 40% crit chance and 10% crit damage up. And we have the NP gain stuff. Boy, this is a tricky turn right here. Their hit counts are pretty high this turn, so I don't necessarily need that much NP gain. What about Buster Quick Quick? That might be pushing it too much. How much faith do I have in 40%? Not a lot. Didn't even get to 50. If you play only a single account, you don't actually need like some ungodly amount of playtime to open 100 boxes, right? If you only play one account and you use all of your daily AP, right? Like you use it in the morning or whatever, then maybe use it again at night, and maybe just use a few apples every day, which, I mean, you can do that and be a busy as fuck person. Like, and you can get quite a few boxes that way. Like, it's not that hard to do it if you don't waste a day, right? As long as you get a chunk done every day. And it doesn't have to be like, you know, oh my god, I'm playing for 4 hours or nothing like that. But if you play every single day of the lottery, and you can get quite a bit done. All right, let's remove these. I don't think Ku can do this just because it's the fact that he's not AoE, it's just gonna take way too long to get through all these guys. So if we're gonna use someone that's doing half damage, we want to use someone that's AoE, I think. I cast Guts too soon for sure. That's a kind of a big mistake there. I can kill him this turn, so I guess I use him for NP gain. That kind of sucks though. That means the Star Gen last turn was kind of pointless. I didn't even crit. God, we've had horrible crit luck. This has been a pretty bad RNG run for the most part, but even with good RNG, I don't think it'd make up for like where we're at. Okay, do that for sure. I gotta do quick because they have the higher crit chances, and I don't really need the Merlin command code this turn. Well, there's some crits. Don't have my attack buff, unfortunately. Alright, I have to make sure I've got something for their NPs coming up. I guess I'll have Guts at least. Do I PFA here? I guess. So they're about a 600k ruler. And I guess there's a few other things, like they have a really low hit count that kind of hurts you and that kind of stuff. And they have 3 NPs all at once. That's pretty nasty, honestly, if you're a regular class. Alright, I messed up. I just made a big mistake. I should not have PFA'd there. I absolutely should not have PFA'd there, because now I'm going to lose all of my health. Where I could have face tanked that turn and not had guts go off, like definitely, and I could have even used my 3rd skill. And then I could PFA this turn. So that was a mistake. That's going to lose me a turn or 2. And that turn or 2 might have been what I needed to get my guts back. So that, we just fucked up there. I don't know. If I use different command codes and I play really well, Ku might just barely be able to beat this. I'm not sure. You can definitely kill this guy, but I could get a good chunk of extra value. And a lot of times on Ku, if you find a way to get extra value, it lets you go around the wheel and you get his skills again, and you get even more value. But I'm not sure I could get 220k on a ruler against a lancer. That's a fucking lot. And I really messed up with my PFA there. That was a huge mistake. Like, that lost me like 3 turns. Just insta-kill and we got it. No problem. Really? Like, he killed me by like 200 health there. Boo! Alright, who else do I want to... Oh, how about Achilles? Because he's a proper AoE unit there for the most part. He doesn't have like the biggest AoE damage, but he AoEs often. Let's see, who else is like not... I don't want any kind of, you know, bonus, because like, you know, this would win really easy. Like, this would win in like 3 turns, right? Like, oh man, that was so difficult. There's some really stupid people out there, Rex. I tell you, dude, every time I do stuff like this, people think I actually don't know how to beat the stage. I mean, every fucking time. They just cannot comprehend. Like, it's insane. Atalante would actually be kind of fun here, but yeah, let's try Achilles. I think he's a shot at it. I don't have a lot... Oh, you know, Canis would do really well here, actually. Because, she is AoE, technically. And she lives for a really long time as well. Because if Ku can't do it, I don't think that... Well, I don't know. Ku might be able to do it. That wasn't really the best run or the best command code setup. But with it being really rough on Ku, I don't think the Wonder Twins could do it. Because they're going to have the same problem with, like, you know, they're a single target, right? And they're not AoE. When you're doing that little damage per... I don't know, though, if they were NP5, level 100, 2k foe, that's so powerful on a 5-star that maybe they'd have the damage. I don't feel like it, though. I think they'd be a little bit short. I need to just ignore idiots, though. It's like, it's not good for the stream, right? It's like, it just gets obnoxious having to, you know, deal with so many people that have no idea what is going on. But like, everyone else in the stream doesn't want to listen to me deal with that nonsense all the time. Like, at some point, because it's a losing battle, right? It's a losing battle. You're always going to have morons that have no idea what they're talking about, but they think they know what's best, and blah, 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 right? That's always going to be a thing, right? So it doesn't matter how much energy you devote to it, it's not going away, right? It never stops, so... I'm surprised how, like, at least once every stream there's someone that doesn't know what backseating is. It's a very common term, and even if you've never heard it before, the analogy is so obvious, right? Like, it's so fucking obvious. Alright, do I want to have healing, and if so, where? We're gonna quick a lot, but there's definitely turns where you bust or quick. If I was gonna do heal boost, I would want it on a quick card. I'm not sure the heal will be enough to matter, that's the thing. He's hitting 3 opponents, so I don't think he needs Star Bomb, because he'll make more stars hitting 3 opponents. Although once one of them dies, that's not true anymore. Okay, I'll do Star Bomb for now, but that may not be right. There's just so many things wrong with backseating. Like, the list of reasons why it's dumb and you shouldn't do it is just unbelievable. Because a lot of times, like, your priorities of what you want out of a game or what you want to do is not the same as the person you're watching, right? And that's a huge thing. And then also, a lot of times, you literally don't know what you're talking about. You think you do, but you fucking don't, right? That is so common. And then also, even if you know what you're talking about, and even if you have the same priorities as the person you're watching, that doesn't mean they want advice, and a lot of times people want to figure shit out for themselves, right? So there's basically no reason to do it unless asked, right? And that's kind of obvious, but, you know, what are you gonna do? Because the thing is, I've never seen a stage in all of FGO that I couldn't beat in like 5 seconds if I actually tried. You know, I know how to cheese shit with OP supports and blah 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 blah. I know how to counterclass. I remember that one guy in my chat that just could not fathom why I was not counterclassing, even though I explained it to him like 9 times. Like, it was just like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, yeah, let me just use, you know, Edmund and you know, let me get my main account and do double scatty Edmund on this stage, guys. That's real fun, right? Now we're really testing the limits of our units. I'm trying to think of some interesting AoE units. Normally when you look for like high-end solo units, you're looking at like, you know, a lot of single target people. Fujino, Enkidu, Kama, you know, that kind of stuff. There are definitely some really good AoE people out there though. Some of them I really don't like though, so that's a thing. I'm not sure why it's becoming so... I need to just log on my main here. It's like so hard to summon Georges now. It's like we need a rerun of that event or something. Or, you know, they need it... I literally just logged in. And I can't summon myself. And like, I've already seen George survive a turn, so I don't want the extra health. You know, when you're fighting like a boss that hits like a truck, you know, then it doesn't really matter if you use Kimmelon, because the extra health is not gonna result in it getting fucked up. But these guys have kind of medium damage, right? So if they buff twice, you might live, right? And sure, buffing twice isn't exactly common, but it'll happen. I mean, the thing is, I like trying to do as much damage as possible from time to time, right? Because I go ham sometimes, right? Sometimes I do, you know, min-max all the supports and counterclass and use a niche and just, you know, go completely... Oh my fucking god, get no cards and we got the taunt. But, you know, that's fun to do sometimes, but I don't want to do that all the time. And the thing is, I've done that so many times, and I know how to play this game in a meta way, that I'm bored of it. I'm not interested, right? And especially when the content's not hard, right? If the content is really hard, and like a lot of the challenge is coming from dealing with the unique boss gimmicks and stuff like that, and then trying to play well while doing that, that's where a lot of the fun comes from. But those stages are harder, right? So you can bring, like, for example, if I'm fighting, let's say I'm looking at 1 to 3 star context, right? And there's a meta not just for 5 stars, you know, there's a meta for 1 to 3 stars, right? That's a thing. But like, if I'm using 1 to 3 stars and it's a joke of a stage, I don't need to be like, oh my god, we're fighting a caster, let me do double Ushi, Ricky, blah 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 blah. You know, I don't need to do that, right? You know, because it's an easy stage, who cares, right? But if I'm fighting like a really hard caster boss, you know, it's gonna be really difficult to beat with low stars, then yeah, I'm gonna bring the, you know, the best 3 stars for the job, right? Because it's probably gonna be tough even with that. But like, this stage is nothing. You can beat this with Darius in like 2 turns. Wow! What? This is so tough. But the thing is, you can like repurpose the stage for yourself to test things, right? Because if you do use a knight class, you know, it's really tough for them, right? So you can, you know, you can compare units and see, you know, which toolkits excel here, right? Because it's AoE, toolkits with an AoE NP are going to do better, right? You know, maybe someone with a debuff clear can deal with the taunt part better, right? There's unique things about this fight that, you know, different units are going to have pros and cons on, and I like figuring that out, right? I like seeing, like, well, how does Ku do here in comparison to Gwen, like we just did, stuff like that. You know, I like to see that. That's like why I play the game, and that's what I do in my own time. It's just every time I fucking stream this stuff, I have to deal with, like, the peanut gallery. It's just, it's so fucking obnoxious to me. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's pretty, you have to be, like, you just have to be such a fucking idiot to actually think the streamer is such an idiot that they don't know how to deal with 3 fucking rulers. Like yeah, AoE Berserker or Avenger, wow, that was so hard to figure out. Like, it's like, Jesus Christ. Egwene did not win, although he was only 1 turn off, and if I min-max his command codes and everything, I think he absolutely can win. I think he does better than Ku here. Because although I think Ku maybe can win, because I did make a pretty big mistake on Ku. But, Gwen was definitely closer, and both Ku and Gwen could have both had better command codes and stuff. Although I didn't really misplay on Gwen, because it's kind of hard to misplay on Gwen, I'm not gonna lie. Takes some talent to fuck that one up. Click the red card. I mean, there's a little bit more with Gwen, like sometimes you use their 3rd skill turn 1, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you actually don't BBB, sometimes you do need to do your art or quick card, right? There's a little bit of stuff to think about, but generally it's not a whole lot going on there. Head defense up sucks, but it's not worth it to do my Buster right now. Percival might do okay here. I'm not 100% sure he'd win though. He doesn't look as easy as people think he does without teammates. And his, well, I take that back. I just remembered. Percival has his heal on his NP. That would probably do it. The problem that Percival would have is how many times do they NP? If the enemies NP 3 times, not obviously they NP 3 times in 1 turn, but I mean like if all 3 of them NP 3 times, you don't have enough ways to survive that and you'll get 1 shot. So he's got the invulnerability, he's got the Mystic Code, and maybe the invulnerability again. So I think you have to NP 4 times actually. So no, I think he could do it. We might even test that in a minute because he is new and that'd be interesting to see. I've been wanting to actually test the limits of his healing anyway. Super Orion would do this pretty easily just because he's able to stack up so... The thing about Orion is a lot of times he has so much damage it goes to waste. And that's actually what gets him. A lot of times when he can't do something, it's because it's like, you know, 2 bosses with like 2 or 3 health bars each. And, you know, they don't have that much health per health bar, but they have annoying gimmicks and stuff. And he can only break 1 health bar at a time. But he's overkilling them by an insane amount, but that doesn't mean anything, right? It's like if everyone else could one-shot them at that turn, it doesn't matter that he just did 1 billion damage. So that often gets him when he does struggle with things. But when the enemies are like, you know, big juicy health bars and that's like the value that you're supposed to get, you know, he's so good at that. Also, he's got the debuff immunity and the Pierce invulnerability, and sometimes those are super favored. I kind of want to do my art card just for the heal. Is it worth it though? I could probably heal next turn. Yeah, I think we heal next turn. Yeah, I remember that loss because that was the worst thing ever for him. You know, every trash mob had like 14k health, right? Yeah, I remember that, and we try-harded, I'm pretty sure, and yeah, he couldn't beat those fucking trash mobs. But that's the exact kind of thing he's terrible at because he doesn't have AOE, he doesn't have hard survival. If the enemies are guaranteed a certain number of turns, if you can only kill like, you know, a few at a time, you're gonna have a really rough time doing it. I could use Atlas and use my... No, because it's 2 hit. That's not worth it. I love this music. I really do want to heal here, even though not quick chaining would kind of suck. But this is the meta turn to do it. God, I remember that loss. That was so silly. And I remember whoever we beat it with, I think was like some junk AoE unit. Oh yeah, there was like a Hydra at the end. That's right. He's a big game hunter. Yeah, pretty much. I actually think Super Orion is very fun. So, because we got taunted earlier, I can't remove these debuffs. That's actually really bad. That is unfortunate. If Magic Resist could have, like, grabbed one of those, that would have been swell. But see, some stages, you know, there's a certain damage requirement to break each health bar or to kill each mob or whatever, and then like that damage threshold is easy to meet. But then there's a survivability threshold that's very difficult to meet, right? And that's where Orion is bad. If everybody can do the damage, each health bar, but then the survivability side on your end is tough, Orion sucks, right? And that's where Ku excels, right? Because Ku has a lot of guaranteed turns of survival, even because a lot of times if the enemy does 99999 damage, it doesn't take that long to kill them. It might take a little bit, right? They might have a decent amount of health and all that. But if like the survival is the checkpoint, and you just need a certain amount of damage and Ku meets that threshold, that's where Ku like super excels. And now Ku's damage is higher than it ever has been because of all the buffs and shit. So you know, good times for him show up a lot these days. It's nice, which is funny though because he didn't do so hot on this stage. Although it looks like a lot of people don't do so hot on this stage. Although I'm sure there are a good number of AoE units that can do this, and there's probably a few single targets, I would think. And then obviously anyone that has any kind of counterclass thing going on. Please kill with the NP, but you've got quick down, so I'm not confident in this. Yeah, Darius can one-turn this if you give him enough buffs. Do like Waver Merlin or Castoria Merlin or whatever the fuck, and you're good to go. 2,000? Well, that's not ideal. The problem with Percival is my Percival still doesn't have full 1k foe items, because again, I forgot to save up and, you know, give them to him. So, yeah, that doesn't feel great when you're in a long solo and every turn, because like, if you're missing 1k foe, and that's 4 cards every turn, right? That's a lot of damage over like 10 turns or whatever, right? And it feels really bad. I'm with you, Lost. Although I like well-rounded units too, right? But those units can be really fun when they have like real specialties, but then real flaws you have to play around and stuff, especially for team play. You know, what's fun in team play a lot of times is very different than what's fun in solo play. Because a lot of ooga booga, you know, really boring units in solo are actually really fun in team play. And vice versa too, actually. So I am an idiot. Why am I just autopiloted? I should have just waited one turn. I have 10,000 health. I didn't need the invulnerability. Now it's gonna get pinged off and I'm gonna die to the NP. I wasn't paying attention. I'm pretty sure we were gonna win too. Achilles is pretty decent here. Fuck. How to throw in 5 seconds or less, apparently. All I had to do was not cast the skill. All I had to do. I just drank so much water in like one gulp there. Oh yeah, he was gonna win. We have plenty of health left and we can heal again. And because I did that though, we're fucked. We are absolutely fucked right now. But Achilles got this. Like, just clearly, if I just didn't cast the invulnerability there, he'd still have plenty of health. And it's only 74k now, and his heal's coming up next turn. Like, he absolutely would have it. I don't think he's got it now, though. Well, I don't know how much damage this does, but we have a defense up, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Pretty sure we're about to explode. Because he can attack after the NP, so... It wasn't as bad as I thought. So, okay, I can say with real confidence, if it was not for the defense up, we would be dead. We absolutely lived because of the defense up, because it applied a pretty big damage mitigation to the NP, higher total damage, and also the 2 attacks. That was definitely 1,600 worth. Okay, can we win this turn though? If we do win, I'm gonna reset though. I want to try it with Percival and see how he do. Very clear though that AoE is better than. Okay, so I could go for healing. I can heal for 2,000 and go to almost 4,000 health. And that way, if I don't kill, we might still be fine. As 44k is gonna be tough. I'd have to crit a lot. Yeah, let's go for the healing because we might crit with these anyway. Fuck, we crit right off the bat there. So maybe I should have gone the crit route. Definitely should have gone the crit route. Well, we still have a defense up. Don't crit me. Would you like to buff, sir? Ooh! Could that guy have buffed, though? Seriously. Not even that turn. The other turn, right? We had 2 turns in a row there, and he never buffed. Okay, so if I had waited to cast my invulnerability, this would not have been close. Right? Like, we needed luck there at the end, but if I had been smart, we would not have needed luck there at the end. Although we didn't get that lucky, because he didn't... If he had crit once on those turns, we would have died, but if he also had casted a skill at any point on either of those turns, that would have made up for the crit, so... wasn't that lucky, really. Alright, anybody in chat got a Percival that's better than mine? Mine is level 80, 10, 10, 10. And he has a very good CE and all that, but he's not 1k FOD. He's like 200 FOD. So does anybody, can anybody top that, right? But I've got a level 100, and mine's in P2. But mine's got a level 100 golden sumo, which is quite good. But 90 in P2, no foe. That's why I haven't grailed him, by the way. I'm absolutely planning on grailing my Percival to 90. But the reason I haven't done it yet is I felt like it would just be too embarrassing, right? To take him to 90 when he's not even foed, right? So I haven't done it yet. Level 41, 110, oof. Yeah, I'd already bought in the foe items, and I gave them to like just some random unit. I think I gave them to Saber Gilius. I'm pretty sure I gave them to Saber Gilius, right? Like I had just filtered my inventory by who hasn't been 1k foed. Right, and I had a load of foe items, right, through FP over the months or whatever, and the shops and stuff, and then you got foes from Nero Fest, and so I was just handing them out to random people that I don't even care about, right? I was like, oh, I gotta give it to, I think I may have gotten some to Kyohime even, for God's sakes, right? I was like, I don't know who else to give them to, and then I was like, wait a minute, in Percival, I'm like, fuck, and so I had like nothing for him, so really fucked that one up. Alright, I guess we'll just go with my Percival then. Let's think about command codes. Almost in any... I can't even imagine using Percival in like a serious capacity and not giving him heal boost. Shut up, Da Vinci. But like, you always give Percival heal boost. Like, team play, solo play, it's just so fucking good on him. He has so many heals. Although I guess in team play, you don't always give him heal boost. Because you might have a setup where you know he's almost never going to be the one getting healed because of the way his third skill is targetable heal, and then his NP is the lowest health person. Someone else might be consistently the lowest health, and if that's the case, you give them the heal boost. Yeah, I had like 3 sets of foe items, and then just some random ones from FP over time, and I just gave them to random ass people. Big regret, man. It feels so bad having a unit that I like, because I like Percival a lot, and I want to like do stuff with him, and I want to make videos for him. It feels so bad when he's just sitting there. I'll check his profile in a second, and we'll look exactly what his foes are at. But I know it's something really shitty. But yeah, I'm waiting to grail him because of that. I might grail him to 100 eventually, but it won't be for a while. I'll probably grail him to 90 and just keep him there for a long time. My next 100 is going to be Tesla. And I might even do Tesla to 100 before I do Percival to 90, I'm not sure. Alright, he uses his art card the most, so we put heal boost on an art card, and we put the heal on a buster card, because you can skip a buster card. But it's easy to use the buster card anytime you want to as well, so it's like the perfect card for that. You could do quick, but sometimes you're just gonna not want to use his quick card at all, so... You could do it. Sometimes you might do like art quick art or something. In case of emergency, I'm actually going to give him debuff clear on his quick card, because I don't think he'll click his quick card very often, But if I need to deal with something, like it's on the turn I get taunted or whatever, that would be really helpful. And then I guess what do we do on the other Buster? Could do the anti-defense, could do anti-ruler, could do utility stuff. He's not going to use his Buster that much. We'll just do the anti-ruler then. It's probably not the best, but it's not bad. It's like guaranteed to be good or decent. So because Achilles did that stage, and I didn't even play super well, I think Canis can definitely do it. Because Canis is a really good solo unit for what she is, like her classification. So I think she would do just fine there. And I do think Gwaine can do it. I mean, Gwaine was only one turn off, and he was definitely not optimized, so I definitely think Gwaine can do it. And I bet you Burgess can do it. Well, Burgess would have no problem with the survivability part of the fight. Like, she would go beyond, like, what you need. The problem would just be the hard survival. She does not have a lot of answers to their NPs. That would be an issue. And I don't think she'd win so fast that she could, like, get it over with before she got NP'd multiple times. So that... she might struggle, I'm not sure. Like, I don't think it's hopeless for her, because she does have so much value in other areas. Alright, let's look at our Percival here. Yeah... he could have 10,000 attack right now. He could actually have a nice chunk over 10,000 attack. But, yeah, no, he doesn't. That hurts to look at? Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. It feels even worse, right? Like, again, in a solo, you use 4 cards a turn, right? So the attack stat is being applied to all 4 cards. Right, it really adds up, right? It sucks. And then also your NP is directly based off your attack stat. And if you NP like 3 or 4 times throughout a fight, which Percival often does, you know, throughout the entire fight, let's say it's a longer fight like this one will be, this might be 12 turns, 13 turns. That is so much damage that it's going out the window. Like in 1 turn, it won't be too bad, right? But in 15 or whatever, it's super bad. He could have a higher attack stat than a level 100 2k foe Sanson. Indeed. Sanson, it just has such a low attack stat for a 2-star. It's crazy. Awful opening hand. It's great. The only plus side is we did not get the taunt. Alright, this one does quick down. This is the one that does art down, so I think we kill that one first, because art down is the worst for us. That was actually a mistake I made with Achilles. I killed the quick one last, and so we got that quick down at the end. Oh, I got my quick card though. Oh shit, I'm not sure I'm gonna get my NP. We get the battery on our first skill though, so maybe we do. Yeah, we got it. We got like no cards at the start there. Look at them no affecting my taunt. It is so weird that the debuff taunt blocks the buff taunt, and the buff taunt blocks the debuff taunt. It's so strange, even if their durations are different. But it's kind of fun. You can actually, there's some boss fights you can really fuck with because of that. So I have my Percival's NP to be set in slow-mo all the time, but it doesn't work when you're a support, so it's going to be fast mode. But you know what? We're going to put it in slow-mo manually. What are you going to do about it, chat? You're going to have to watch the enemy's turn in slow-mo. Dude, his horse has got like the most badass armor out of any of the horses, and most of them don't even have armor. And I love how the hoof at the end, it's like the horse is acting like he's the one doing the like explosion anime thing, right? Like 100%. It's just amazing. like a crit. So every time I've used Percival, I have fought enemies that have an incredibly low hit count, which is kind of frustrating because he gets so much NP from being attacked. Look at that. That was 1 hit count. And look how much fucking NP he got there. Right? It's ridiculous. I think that guy hits twice at least. Thank God that one hits twice. That's actually a reason to kill that guy last then, though, because the saber one, or they're all ruler ones, but you know what I mean. The sword one is giving you more NP per turn. Okay, in 1 turn, I can use my 3rd skill to block their NPs. Even though healing right now would be awesome, I can heal for my NP, so we just hold it. Okay, we'll do fast mode now. And he has Pierce and Vulnerability, so that can be handy from time to time. Cool horses, don't look at explosions yet. Okay, there's the defense up. We're gonna whiff a lot of our heal right now, but it's worth it because this skill can come back to block again later where the Mystic Code one couldn't. Yeah, I think we only needed like 1,000 health and we healed for 3,000. So this is the 1 turn where their hit count is really high because of their NPs. Because he has the defense up, I don't know if I attack him. As long as he doesn't art down me a 2nd time, it's fine. Rare, we get to do our quick card. So I'm curious, chat, how many people here do not like Percival's animations versus how many people like them? Because I know a lot of times when you have more like meat and potatoes animations, a lot of people don't like them, right? But then some people do. Like, I like them. I like the more meat and potatoes animations. I generally like them more. I just like, you know, some good old-fashioned smack, smack, you know, boom, boom. But some people really don't like them, and that's fair enough, right? It's all fantasy, you know, nonsense anyway. So, you know, I don't, you know, it's like, it's just preference, right? Because I've seen a good few number of people like, I don't really like his animations very much. I've seen that like in my videos and stuff. I'm glad you made neutral an option. That's pretty fair, I think. Because I think there's a lot of stuff when it comes to like preference where people are like, yeah, you know, take it or leave it, right? It's like you don't have, it looks like neutral is the overwhelming majority right now. It's definitely winning. It makes sense, I feel. I do like his animations a good bit, but they're not like my absolute favorite or anything. There's a lot of, like, I like Lancelot's, Saber Lancelot's, man. They're really up there for me now. I really enjoy his. And obviously Karna's. I mean, come on, Karna. Can we get another poll after this one? Do you like Karna's animation update? Right? Do you think his attack animations are good? So can we get a like, dislike, neutral for Karna? Because I think that's gonna do really well, I suspect. It doesn't have to be, Karna doesn't have to be your favorite, but I just want to know if you have like, you know, a really positive opinion of them or not. Because I suspect his Lance or Karna, but you know, Saber Karna is pretty awesome too. Let's be real. If I NP right now, the heal goes to complete waste. How much do I care about that? What I could do is waste the NP, but then heal with my Buster card the turn after. However, I might even be able to loop next turn because my first skill comes back. Well, fuck it. If I'm gonna loop, then I certainly have to use my NP. Wait, I have art down. Fuck. Alright, Lancer Karna's animations is a pull. Yeah, okay, yeah, see that like is now winning by a lot, right? He's got the eyes, man. Arjuna's are very good too as well, I agree. Man, I could have removed the debuff too. Oh my god. I am so close to getting my NP. I need 2 NP and it would round up. I actually think I don't cast my first skill then because of that. Do I do a really unoptimal combo so I heal myself for more? I don't think so because I can heal myself with my NP next turn. Oh yeah, Caligula's way up there. Caligula's way up there on my list. He's in my top 5, I think. It's hard to say though, because there's some fucking awesome animations in this game. But man, I tell you, Caligula... Okay, I'll put it this way. If you count Caligula's voice acting with the animations, I would say Caligula's absolutely in my top 5. If we go off just the animations and like their own sound effects and choreography on their own, then it might not be. But when you combine it with the voice acting, it's just incredible. Like, it's absolutely incredible. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do something a little weird here. We're gonna do our heal boost first. It'll hurt our loop ability, but we're gonna heal for 6,000. Which is kinda good. I wonder if there's any NA players in here that have not seen Caligula's animations. Okay, I do not have heal boost, and they're gonna NP me next turn, so it feels like I should wait. Also, I should have cast my first skill because I've just gone so many turns with it not applying. I'm gonna NP next turn, so I think I actually invulnerability right now. But wait, if I'm gonna NP next turn, I'm gonna heal a bunch. That doesn't actually make that much sense. This is getting awkward, I'm not gonna lie. There's no need for the Merlin command code, so we'll make stars. I've watched them with jealousy, feels bad. I hope NA gets them early. Like, I wish it had been like Steno. You all got Stenos in a month. I mean, what the fuck? You all got Steno's animation update in a month, right? But you don't have Gil's or Hans's. But yeah, I hope you get Caligula's early. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, Percival's survivability is pretty excellent. Because the thing is, his invulnerability, right, if you combine it with a survival skill from the Mystic Code, you can, like, go around the wheel and use it again. Like, he can survive a good number of NPs, and then he is so good against normal card damage. I tell you, if they ever give him an upgraded NP, so he has NP up and art up, and then an upgraded NP as well... Oh shit, man, he's gonna be in good shape. Because the one issue he's got is his damage is it's okay because he has a lot of buffs for his NP, but he doesn't. That's all he's got really. He doesn't have like crit up, attack up, so his normal card damage isn't anything exceptional. And a lot of his buffs are kind of just going. One of his buffs is going into just him not having an upgraded NP, right? Like his overcharge is essentially an upgraded NP, so his overcharge kind of doesn't exist if you see it that way. But if he gets an upgraded NP, then you got the upgraded NP, and then you're going beyond that with the overcharge, and then in your first skill, you know, even more. I don't need the heal boost on this one, the second heal boost. So we'll do this. I was hoping to get a random crit chance on an art card, but it went Buster and quick. Yeah, I think Percival is going to be an excellent team play unit. That's why I like him. He's good in a lot of scenarios. You can use him as a last man standing in a team, just like a lot of solo units are good at. You can use him in an actual solo quite well. And then he's fucking awesome in a team setting. He can be a damage looper, or he can be a tank, like George, or both, right? Like, it's awesome. Like, what a... Practicality-wise, I think for a normal player, I think he's so good. Now, if you're going super Leviathan, you got like options for days and stuff, then you really don't need them too much. But that's true for most units, really. Okay, I don't need to hit that one anymore. The NP's gonna kill him. But yeah, we're kind of just living and living, so... Do I want to start removing debuffs? We don't have the art one. It'll remove the Buster one. I don't want to do it yet, but maybe at some point. Yeah, Percival is story locked, yeah. But that's permanent. I mean, he's obtainable at any time. But, you know, they're not in other raid-ups. You know, even story summon or class banners and things like that. I'm tempted to use them in some videos where I know I shouldn't. I know I'm going to run into boss fights, like challenge quests and stuff, where George would work. But just to, like, because he's fun and you want to mix things up sometimes, I'm probably going to sneak in Percival in videos every once in a while. I can't help it, right? I always do that in my videos. My videos are not like this, just, oh, you have to be budget for the sake of budget all the time. I like being budget-y because it's reasonable and it's fair and it helps people out, but it also makes the game more fun. That's a big part of it. But it's also fun to use your favorite units, right? You know, I sneak in Billy when I should use Robin all the time. I have so many videos where I should be using Robin because he's better, but I use Billy because I like him, right? And I like George, so I'm happy to use George too, but you know, I'm going to want to sneak in Percival for a few videos here and there, so I'm definitely going to do it. Yeah, it is kind of funny. If you had a level 1 George, or level 1 Percival, if his taunt was on his first skill, that'd be another taunt you could have like that. And even if you liked Percival, you could get extra copies of him and stuff like that. Okay, let's see here. Gonna NP next turn. God, they just can't kill him. Like, he's gonna have his invulnerability for the next NP, and their normal card damage is just never gonna kill this man. I want to work in my... I'm gonna do a crazy suboptimal combo here. But I want to see what it looks like, and it should be okay, and it lets me heal myself. But I kind of just want to see what the animation looks like in this order. And it's just not gonna matter, because we're gonna win. Yeah, you could obviously do like level 40, and then ascend him, and then not level him, but at that point, just use Benkei, so... Probably kill this one this turn. Do I do the heal boost? Oh fuck, I didn't heal boost last turn. That was a mistake. That's a mistake. Hopefully it won't bite me in the ass here. It shouldn't, because I can heal with my third skill as well. That hurts my looping. I mean, I wouldn't really say in any way Percival is a mama's boy. He was just raised by his mother, like almost every human that was ever born. Like, I don't see how that makes him a mama's boy. Like, the fuck? Wow, you have a mom? What a mama's boy! Like, what the fuck is that? If anything, like, obviously he loves his mom, as do most people. You know, like a normal, you know, well-conditioned person does. It's not like he hates he's not trying to be an edgy boy, like, oh, fuck off, mom, right? But he goes against his mom's wishes, because his mother doesn't want him to be a knight. Because his father and his brothers and stuff, before he was even old enough to really know them, they were all knights and they were all killed in war. And so his mother, like, desperately does not want him to be a knight and tries to, like, keep him away from, like, you know, mainstream society, so he doesn't even know what knights are. But he ends up finding out about it anyway, and then... Because it's like hereditary, apparently. He just so wants to be a knight, and even though his mom doesn't want it, he does it anyway. So, let's see here. We're gonna want to heal boost. We did get a bit fucked up there. We'll do this, see if we can kill him this turn. And the music is looping. Being a knight is genetic, apparently, at least the desire to be one. So if you had, you can't double heal boost that one though, you can only heal boost it once because it's an action, it's not on a card. So it can only do 3,000. That'd be pretty crazy if you could double heal boost that one as well. Alright, so although I'm kind of getting behind on health, it'll be fine because I'm going to NP again and get it all back. So I actually don't need to kill this guy because my NP is going to kill him next time I NP. And they get 3 actions per turn no matter what. So, although he does have the crit buff, I'm basically wasting a turn if I kill him. But I get rid of a guy with a crit buff. I don't fear it that much. Okay, I'm gonna not heal boost my Buster card here because I don't really need it. I'd rather heal boost the NP, although I probably don't need that either. Look at this tanky son of a bitch, though. Actually, when you think about it, there's more normal or good parents in Arthurian legend than not, or just unknown, right? Most of the parents of the known and major characters throughout Arthurian legend, you know, their parents are either a very minor, you know, thing, or they're not mentioned at all, right? There's only a handful of shitty parents in Arthurian legend. They're just very noticeable, right? Because generally the bad ones play a more significant role, so it stands out. Well, I might as well cast this, even though I'm whiffing the charge. Wait, what is his overcharge? It's probably the NP damage. Let's see. It is. It goes. It's a shitty one though. It goes from 20% to 25, so it's not that big of a deal. Better than nothing, I suppose. So I can heal for 6,000, but I don't think there's any need for me to heal for 6,000. I wouldn't really consider Merlin a parent for Artoria because she has a parent, right, and who's alive for a while throughout her life and such, which is terrible. Merlin is like a terrible uncle or maybe a stepfather, and a really bad one too, but I wouldn't even say it's that. But you know, Uther is her father, right, and if anything, Hector is more of a role model for her in her younger years and stuff, and as far as we know, he was actually fine. Right, he seemed like the fun uncle. Yeah, air quotes on that one. You know, whoops, we went to another dimension. You know. Anyway, but yeah, I guess her role models there would be Uther, Hector, and Merlin. And Hector is probably the only one that's not shit. So, although I think Hector's role in her life is not as prominent as it is in some of like Arthur's real legends, but that stuff varies a lot. Like that stuff varies a lot from legend to legend, and a lot of the legends don't even go into it, and they don't have an established background, right? So it's kind of like all over the fucking place there. Get rid of this Buster down at least. We win next turn. Watch this guy triple crit me on the last turn. I could have killed him that turn potentially, actually. Hey, look, I can heal again. Percival, man, like... I gotta say, he's level 80 and he doesn't have foe items. Pretty good showing. It took him a long time, but it wouldn't have taken this long if he had foe items and all that stuff. And like, Achilles, who did win this a bit faster, or, you know, good chunk faster, but Achilles was level 100. That's a pretty big stat difference, and again, we're kind of like level 70 because we don't have our foe items. And then Achilles, I don't think Achilles is fully 2k foed, but he's like 1,600 foed, right? So there's like a 45 level difference stat-wise between them, so the fact that Percival did this well, I think is pretty legit. Not even 200 foed, and she's... Is there any good medium to get into fun legends like Green Knights? Well, there's a lot of like audiobooks, and there's a lot of like different companies that have kind of. Okay, here's the thing. For Arthurian Legends specifically, there's just so many and so many retakes of the same story. That's the thing. A lot of the stories in Arthurian Legend had a million different takes, right? So what a lot of companies do is they kind of cherry pick the ones that they think make a good canon or make a good, you know, modern take on it or whatever, and they kind of just cherry pick those and put them together and then, like make a book of it or an audio book of it and that kind of stuff. And you can just like, if there's a book of it, you normally can look up an audio book of it, and that's a pretty easy and digestible way to get into a lot of Arthurian Legend and stuff. And that goes for a lot of other legends as well. Now you have to keep in mind that, you know, there is no set Arthurian Legend canon. That's just how it is. And so if you pick one like an audiobook or something, you're not sure they're going to necessarily pick each legend that's going to be to your liking, but that's a good way to get into it, I would say. And a lot of the general beats are going to be roughly the same anyway, so. What do you think is coming in Anniversary 6? Just wanted your thoughts on it. I mean, you know, DW has a tendency of disappointing recently, so I don't want to get my hopes up. But I'm hoping, you know, we're going to get a command code UI update, because they said they wanted to do that, and it's been a year, so I figure that's a thing. I'm kind of thinking like Rasputin / Codamine for the Servant. And then I would love for them to do something like a challenge tower. You know, this is Copium now. The other stuff wasn't Copium, but this is Copium. But like a challenge tower story replay, or New Game Plus, or, you know, a boss rush mode, you know, some kind of new thing like that. You know, that'd be really nice. But the stuff I actually expect, the stuff I think is completely reasonable, is I think command code UI update. It's probably not going to be good enough, but it'll be something. I think that's very, very likely. And then you know, new servant obviously, and I'm thinking, looking like Rasputin, or maybe like Kazuya Drop or whatever her name is. One of those two are seeming pretty likely right now. And then beyond that, it's really hard to say. You know, probably some, you know, CEs that don't do anything. Leo animation update, that would be nice. I'd be totally down for some animation updates, but they're pretty inconsistent about that. Generally, anniversaries have not given us animation updates, but, you know, last year they gave us costumes and they've never done that before, so you never know. Oh yeah, anniversaries always come with buffs though. That always happens. They always do a round of buff with anniversary, so that's something you can expect pretty reasonable. So I'd say command code UI update, buffs, and then new servant. Those are all pretty much set in stone, and then hopefully some stuff beyond that. Give me one moment. I gotta get some water. I'm like dying here. And hold on, I'm gonna tell Tuss to buy some fucking lemonade on the way home, because lemonade is awesome. All right, I'll be right back. For the love of God, if you're gonna buff Ku, make it Proto Ku. Okay, I'm back. So last stream, I got pretty pissed because people spoiled that Ku gets buffed in the story, and you know, I wasn't particularly happy about that. And I would say rightfully so, though, because I was blatantly not far enough into the story to have gotten that yet. And Ku being my favorite character, it'd obviously be cool to see, oh shit, he got buffed in the story, right? Like that's a thing, right? And like that was pretty lame. But I got all mad, right? but then it wouldn't have mattered because when I posted that video, I posted a boss fight, you know, and from Lostbelt 6 that is way, because we don't have the Ku buff yet. And that fight was a while ago, so it was obviously at a point in the story where Ku couldn't have his buff yet. And I got so many comments of like, why haven't you made a Ku buff video yet? Or are you going to make a Ku buff video? Just so many comments like that. I even deleted some of them because I just got so many fucking comments like that. So one guy's like, you forgot to make a caster Ku buff video. I'm like, it just, in a video where I'm not far enough into the story to have unlocked it. It's like, holy shit, man. But yeah, so I got all mad the other day, but it literally wouldn't have mattered because even if my stream chat didn't spoil it, YouTube would have. So no winning that one. I'm pretty sure why so many people are spoiling it is because when I am known for liking Ku, but then I think it's NA people. I think almost everyone that spoiled it is an NA player. And they've just looked up that he got buffed and they don't have a fucking clue. You know, they just assume it's like every other buff in the game. I think that's why. That's like, and the one guy on YouTube that, said you forgot, he even said that he didn't know. So I think that's why so many people are just blurting it out. That's not really a good reason, but it just is what it is. I say the NPC one already has it. In before, hold on, because I don't know, because I don't look up spoilers. Any chance that it's only on the NPC one? Like you don't, like I'm assuming at some point you unlock it in the story and there you go. No, okay, so I'm assuming you mean no, as in you do unlock it for your Ku at some point. I'm assuming, and so this is pretty much, when you would have noticed if you saw it there. Well, let's see what it does. We'll use Caster Ku here. This stage is so bad for using Caster Ku. We're probably gonna have to use a team here. We'll just do something like that won't go super fast. Let's see. I should bring a Lancer just so, or a Archer. We're going neutral against the Archers. We don't want to like take 8 years to kill the Saber at the end or whatever. So we'll bring a thing there, and then we'll go. He doesn't have foe items. Hold on, I want to know. Let's see here. Where does this account have a max caster Ku? It should. Yeah, it does. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Like look at the stat difference. Look at that. And then not only that, but then I actually get 15% attack beyond that because that's what the CE does, right? Like it's fucking, and he's level 80. He's level 80. Like wait, how does that even? Oh, it's because he has no health foes either. Yeah, look at this. Look at with no CE. Look at this. No CE. They have almost the same stats, and I actually have more attack. Jesus Christ, story supports fucking suck, dude. Yeah, his CE has no stats on it at all. It is 0 attack and 0 health. Okay, I guess we'll go with like I should do Waver, but I don't wanna, so I'm gonna do Hans. There we go. He's like the only 2k foed person on this account. I mostly like spread it out on my ult, and I just like, he's only 1,300, shit. I just give everyone like a nice chunk, so they feel like a good bit better than if they didn't have it, but then I do it to a lot of fucking, oh yeah, I have the health foes, I just keep forgetting to give them to him. I just need to do that. And she's pretty far along. But yeah, that's kind of my MO over here, is I give some gold foes to a lot of people, but I don't max out very many. He is not particularly close to Bond 11, but why not? Doesn't really matter what I bring. Did I give Gil a Bond 11 item? I don't even know. I should, because I've... Oh, he is Bond 11. I probably should have given him a Bond 12, because I use him for farming plenty, so... You don't really need CEs. Be very surprised if I needed them. Alright, off we go. And one of them, the guy actually deleted himself because he realized he was being a jackass. What the fuck? I can't even imagine what the story reason for this is. Alright, let's see what our third skill does. Okay, so it's delayed something. I see in P. And then we have attack up for 3 turns. So I'm assuming this is gonna do something next turn. Let's do this right away for Hans. And... do that. Why does Tristan have so much less health than the other ones? Feels bad, man. Buster resist down. He just... Tristan! You fucking... I need a taunt. I need a fucking taunt. He could have done that to anybody, by the way. He could have attacked. He could have cast one of his other skills. And then even if he decided to cast that skill, he could have cast it on anybody. Motherfucker. Okay, time to bring a taunt. God damn it, you try to see what a fucking buff is. Well, the attack up is nice though. That's because now he's got an upgraded NP that gives himself Buster up every time and an attack up. So that's pretty handy. We'll do George, I suppose. Imagine using this shitty AoE caster, you know, with no CE really against sabers and an archer, right? It's fucking terrible. I should probably do this actually. Caster Liz really needs a buff? Correct. She's completely outclassed by Babbage and Caster Ku. It's not even remotely close. And she wasn't that great to begin with, so... She is usable. It's not like she's significantly better than some of the other piece of shit units out there, right? It's not like you can't use her, there's just very little reason to do so. Let's try this again! Show off these cool animations we got. Oh, now he did. What? What? We went down to 3,000 health, and we gained an ungodly amount of NP. And I think we died. So I think he like gutses. What the fuck is that skill? So I'm pretty sure it essentially kills you, but you have guts and you get like, I don't know how much NP that was, but you get a lot of fucking NP. So that's cool, but why is it on his third skill? Because what if you just get debuffed? Like what if you've got NP seal on you and you need to NP, right? So you just want to remove the NP seal, or you got a bunch of defense downs, or you've got a fear on you, or you know, attack down. Like what if you want to just get rid of the debuff, right? That's kind of a problem. That like that's a I bet you a lot of people think that skill's bad because it kills you, but it's not bad. It's just you need to time that. And putting it on his third skill is kind of the hardest thing to time it with. That'd be better on his first skill, really, because you can pass on his first skill if you want to. Although I guess you have two separate batteries, so it is easy. That is weird. I would like that if you could somehow not tie that to the debuff clear. You know, or put the debuff clear on his first skill now or something. So I guess it really comes down to how big the attack buff is. And so because Q has PFA, that's not that bad though. Because obviously that makes him vulnerable and stuff, but you could do it on the turn that you have PFA. That's not that bad. And because he's a budget unit, you're not really, unless you Grail him, you're not expecting him to live forever anyway. You're just trying to get as much out of him as you can. And that's basically an extra NP out of him, and each NP is going to hit harder because you have the attack up now. So basically, get your NP, use third skill, so you've got 3 turns now of your attack buff, and you're NPing right now. See, I did it wrong, but I didn't know what it did, so, you know, big fucking surprise. But yeah, you want to cast that whenever you already have your NP, and then boom, it goes off, and you can NP again. And you have the attack up for both, and he applies the Buster up on his NP for both. So that's a lot of quick damage, but it's Buster, if you will. But that you can get a lot of damage out of him, you know, relative to what you expect out of a budget unit. You know, it's piss poor damage compared to like LOL double Castoria. But that's kind of interesting. That is just so awkward that it's on his third skill, though. That's going to be a really annoying in a fight where you have to use. Where you have to use it to clear a debuff, and it's a terrible turn to drop your HP, or a terrible turn for the battery. Because the dropping your HP you can recover from pretty easily because he does have PFA and things like that. But the fact that the battery then you might use at a terrible time, that's kind of an issue, I think. Well, I guess we do his NP. But it's not going to do any fucking damage considering the context here, but doing it anyway. So, this will do more damage on a normal caster coup because you'd have a real CE. Even at level 70, it would do more damage than this by a sizable chunk. So, look at about 25k there, so 50k on counter class, and it'd probably be more like 55, 60k in a real scenario. And that's without other people's buffs. That's not bad, and you can double NP, so that's not too bad. I don't want to guts on George, because I kind of want him to die. Huh, I'm gonna have to mess around with that later, though. That's gonna be, interesting. This is where I wish we had story replay, because there's actually a lot of story fights that call for DPS casters. And, you know, we've seen a lot of times the budget casters kind of struggle to be good enough for that kind of stuff. So I'm really interested, actually, in putting him to the test in comparison to Babbage now and things like that. And even working with Babbage and those kinds of things. So I'm really curious. And man, the cooldown on that's not very long either. And if you used Atlas, I mean, we'd already have it right now, for God's sakes. Huh. I'll have to look up in the wiki in a second. I want to know the actual numbers on that thing. Might do that right now, actually. Let me see.
いい時代だ。資料集めには事かかる。損なうたびに思い出すがいい。メルケン・マイネス・レーベンス。
Okay. Alright, so it is a 5-turn cooldown, which it was before, but that's just the same as normal. But 5-turn cooldown, heals for 1,500, that's the same. Removes debuffs, that's the same. So 30% attack up for 3 turns, that's quite nice. And then, so let's see here. Sacrifice for Yggdrasil. I wonder if Odin is involved. Yeah, they've been really hinting at like Odin is like... A lot of people think he literally is Odin. I do not think that's the case. I really don't. I think it's more like Odin is like tagging along or, you know, something like that. It's weird. But anyway, so grant self gut status 1 time after 1 turn. So he will not, when he casts it, he doesn't have guts. And that's the thing, I didn't see guts, so when I saw it, I just saw the attack up and then the delayed thing. So you don't have guts when you cast it, but you get guts next turn, and then you sacrifice yourself, and then the guts goes off. So it's not like you can be attacked and have your guts go off early and then sacrifice yourself. That won't happen, because you don't have the guts anyway. But you have PFA, so it's not really a problem. And if you died, I think it's, if you died before the skill went off, you would have died if you didn't have the buff, right? Even if it was old Q, if you got you that low, you're dead anyway, right? So that's not a problem. That's literally not a problem. So the guts thing is basically not real. It's only an issue if you have buff block on you, I guess. So essentially what the skill actually is next turn you will go down to 3,000 life, and then you'll get 80% battery. I actually think that's really good, because you could do it later in the fight where you're lower on health anyway, and it's just 80% battery with a delayed charge and a 30% attack up. That's fucking amazing. And especially because he has PFA. If he didn't have PFA, I think it would be worse, but because he does have it, it's very easy for him to cover himself for that turn. And even if you die the turn after, who cares? You just double NP'd. That's more value than you get out of most of your like level 70 3 stars anyway. And he's gonna have the attack up, the buster up, upgraded NP, so it's all that's fine. Now buff block would stop it because you would cast it, it's delayed. So you would cast it, you get buff blocked, you already did your clear, and then it stops your guts. Because it doesn't apply the guts right away. It attempts to apply the guts next turn, right? The turn after. So you absolutely could have buff block on you. Okay, what are we doing here? I guess cast everything here. Now the ideal thing, because I cast it on turn 1, that was just not how you want to use it, because I didn't have my NP yet. What you'd want to have is like have my NP like it is right now, and then cast his 3rd skill. Like that's definitely what you want to do. I will say though, that is not a universally good skill though, because there are times that it's bad, and that is kind of a weird buff, because there are going to be times. Okay, here's the thing. If his 3rd skill just did that and that was it, it's like, yeah, this is a pretty good unit, right? So let's say Kastaku came out today, and he just had the charge, the attack up, and the sacrifice guts thing. And be like, yeah, this is a pretty good unit. You know, maybe not better than Babbage, but it's good. The thing is, he had debuff clear already. And so in some scenarios, it's a downgrade, because you're going to have times where you just gotta remove those debuffs, and it's like the worst time ever to get your NP. You might be sitting at like 80% NP, and then you're going to get your NP this turn from your attacks, and then so you have your NP, and then the turn switches over, and you get your NP again, but you already had it and you couldn't use it yet, right? You're going to have shit like that happen. So his skill went from removing debuffs to removing debuffs, and then also lower your health a bunch. Right? That's kind of annoying, but that won't happen that often. If you have a gut CE, it doesn't say it's stackable, so I assume it doesn't work. But you just really wouldn't want to give him a gut CE. He doesn't have good... Kastaku's not a unit you really give gut CEs to anyway, and I don't think that would have good synergy. Maybe they do stack though, and the wiki just doesn't have it on there, but the wiki doesn't say they stack. I mean, Rabbit, 100%. There are some players out there that are so bad at this game that this buff will be really bad for them and it'll suck. But I think this is overall, this is absolutely a net gain, like by a lot. I think this is a pretty big buff for him. However, there are occasionally times that it's not a buff, and that is annoying. And also, Babbage is just so good. I'm not sure this is... Okay, here's the thing. If you need pure survival and just some damage out of a caster crew was already the better choice than Babbage. Although Babbage was still fine, but it was already the better choice. And I guess this makes it a bit more comparable, but it actually hurts his survival. So, you know, it's kind of weird. I feel like Babbage is still probably the better go-to budget DPS caster. Because Babbage just has so much going for him now. He's got invulnerability, so it stops sure hit. He's got an upgraded NP, massive attack up for 3 turns, but 5-turn cooldown, which is really short. He's got the crit up, not just Star Bomb. He has a big Star Bomb, but he also has crit damage up, and that works with his attack up, right? Babbage is just looking great right now, and you know, you don't have to think about it, right? You have to kind of think about how to use Caster Coup. But for budget players, a lot of times you need to use more than just Babbage. You have to use Babbage, Caster Coup, Medea. You have to use all of them. And overall, I think this is definitely a positive, and it's certainly interesting. It's not a boring skill, but it's definitely not something that you can just autopilot, get a bunch of value out of. It's certainly not like that. Let's do Caster Coup's NP first, because we'll get the defense down, and that's actually pretty relevant here. I get an art crit out of her. Speaking of odd buffs that aren't always a net gain, how about that Artoria buff? That one I think is more annoying. You know, Artoria's buff can absolutely be a positive, like absolutely, but there are plenty of times that it's not as well. That one is just weird. That one is so weird that I really wish they would change it. Like Caster Coup's, I don't think they need to change, although it is a little wonky, but Artoria's is kind of annoying the way they did it. Thankfully, there are times though where Artoria clearly has the damage and you just don't use her second skill. I wouldn't say Artoria's buff was a nerf. That looks awesome. That looks so awesome in shadow form. Dude, that's great. But anyway, there's a lot of times where you want that extra punch on Artoria, and so it's good, right? But, you know, there is the flip side. A lot of times you did want the art cards too. So these shadow NPs look awesome, dude. Or Hans. All these guaranteed crits. Alright, let's go Blood Axe. Easy. Triple Buster down on Atalante. Well, we're not gonna get this third skill off. Well, we get the attack up though. Yeah, you can see it. He gets the guts first, and then he goes sacrifice, you know, like Qingong. Yeah, the burn damage is like flavor. You know, if you're working with someone that has burn damage plus, then it's kind of getting somewhere. But other than that, but he's got defense down too, though. So that's the main overcharge that he actually has. So it just makes his teammates do a little bit more, which is nice. And he can. The thing is, he can double NP so easy now that his second NP will benefit from the prior NP's defense down. So that's kind of handy. So he gets the Buster up, the defense down, his 30% attack up. Now his Buster up is 20%, the attack up is 30%, so that's 50. Defense down is 10%, he's at 60. So his next NP is... Oh, and his Buster up lasts 3 turns, actually. So the second NP will have 2 Buster ups. So that's 40, 70, 80 damage up for the second NP. And then you have another 10% though after that. So that's pretty good, right? So this, I guess this is the... Oh, hi, Mash. Why Why is she in a crystal all of a sudden? Is this their method of time travel? Is that what happened? Did the midget freeze her at the bell? Is that what they did? Like, because I know Morgan sent them back in time, right? And is this how they got back to the present? Is they just froze MASH because they didn't have any way to time skip to the future? Because in the past they were hanging out, you know, with the midget, and the midget got here before her. So is the midget immortal, and did she just live this whole time? Help! Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, Morgan is absolutely not the reason why they're back in the present, I don't think. She's the reason why they were in the past in the first place. That's what you call, like, really budget time travel right there. Pulling a Captain America, yeah. Okay, we have a force support. Look at this. You have to have 2 units on your team that aren't yours. And some of these stages, you have to have 3 or 4. Like, God. Remember playing your own units? That was a good time. Dude, that one stage, they gave you 5 preset units, right? It's like, geez, they actually did that twice, I think. I don't know whose idea was it to fuse the friend support and the story support all at the same time. Like, not great. We're fighting a caster and a saber. And MASH is like right there. It's Galahad! It's not gonna be Galahad. What do we want to do? I want to do something like for funsies. What's fun? I have to summon something. I wish I could just summon nothing. Like, God, if you're gonna force supports on me, don't... Okay, we'll do Billy. I never mind using Billy. We don't know what's going on with Galahad. They have not, explained. I'm sure they'll explain whenever he comes back. I mean, for all we know, he's dead, but hopefully that's not the case. I mean, everyone says Galahad bailed, but we literally have no way of knowing. We have literally no idea what's going on. But we do know, I think this is why people assume that he fucked off, is because he was never happy with Chaldea to begin with. He just wanted to help MASH. He never liked Chaldea. He was summoned against his will, and so on and so forth. And he has said things that have implied that, like, Chaldea has been up to some really shady shit behind the scenes that we're unaware of. But we don't know what's going on. We don't know if he might have been summoned somewhere else. He might, you know, he might have fucked off on his own. He might have died. He might have needed to do something. You know, we'll fucking find out, though, at some point, clearly. Do more Atalante. I want to do DPS George, but then I kind of need a support. I wish I could do Percival on this team, that'd be cool. Do I go that far? We go that far. Gotta have him NP before he dies, that's the goal here. Does this account have the Christmas one? If it does, I have a feeling I didn't level it a lot. I can always do that one. Also, I'm trying to remember. Doesn't she I don't remember. I haven't read the early stuff in a while. But off memory, it's not like Galahad disappears during... He doesn't disappear during Lostbelt, I'm positive of that. He's gone in Epic of Remnant. So I think she might have been resurrected without him, right? Because she died, and then Foe brought her back to life. And I want to say when she comes back, she doesn't have Galahad immediately. Like, I think from the I can't remember. I honestly don't remember. But I'm pretty sure that's the case, is when she's brought back with Foe, it's all, like, screwy. Like, she's, like, remnants of his power, right? But it's, like, super fucked up, and it doesn't, like, work right. So, it might not even be a case of him even doing anything. It might have just been because she fucking died. But I don't remember. I have to read the end of Solomon and all that again. And it might not even... Well, the times that she's used Galahad's power doesn't mean that Galahad's back, right? That's not what that means at all. It could, but I don't think that's what it means. Because she's used Galahad's power a few times in 2.0 and stuff. But I don't think that's because Galahad's actually back. If Galahad ever returns, I think we'll know. The thing is, I don't think they want Galahad to return because they want Nash to be her own character and blah 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 blah, right? So... Hell, we may never see Galahad again then. That would fucking suck if we just never see Galahad again and it's just as simple as, oh yeah, she died, so Galahad's gone, and they never use him again. That would suck so much. Holy shit, that would suck so much. I don't think that's gonna be the case though. I especially with her having the powers back in this Lostbelt and stuff, and they've hinted at some, like, Morgan, from what I understand, basically wanted her to make her the, you know, fairy knight, right, and stuff. So I think something's gonna happen with Galahad soon. Maybe in 6.2 or something like that, assuming that actually happens. Okay. I mean, we already know for a fact Galahad's class is Shielder. Because they've straight up said that, and the whole reason Mash is a Shielder is because of Galahad. It's crazy how many people don't understand that, but they'll probably come up with an excuse, be like, oh yeah, he can also be this other class, and that's what he's gonna be because they don't want... Even though the whole reason Mash is a Shielder is because of Galahad, they're not gonna want Galahad to be a Shielder because that'll step on Mash's toes, which is just such ridiculous thinking, and that whole mindset I detest. That's like being mad at Diarmid in Fate Zero because he's the Lancer and Ku's not the Lancer anymore. That's fucking stupid. I hate that kind of mindset. Really don't have a good CE for Ushi here. Buster up it is. It is absolutely not common knowledge that she's Shielder because of Galahad. It is not at all. So many people think Galahad is a Saber because of Fate Requiem, because a lot of people don't read the story very carefully or at all. What the fuck? What? Okay. So, my guess right now... Does anyone know what his name is? That's clearly not Arthur up there. So, I know Castor Artoria was in the past, and she's lost her memories, right? From way back then. Though she might have gotten them back by now, I don't know. But... So... Mash got sent back in time... by Morgan, right? And when she was with the midget. And then Castor Artoria was alive back then, apparently. And then so they were, you know, doing all this stuff. And I'm guessing they froze Mash to get her back to this time. And, you know, everyone else just waited, right? And I'm guessing this is like, because Castor Artoria doesn't remember that stuff, you know, the one we have. She probably, like, left some kind of, like, you know, guardian or whatever. This is, like, something Castor Artoria did, I'm assuming, to just protect Mash while she's in ice. So this is like that Castor, because it's the same Castor Artoria, but different memories, right? So I'm assuming that's what the Castor Artoria is. I don't know what the Arthur is. I don't know why that's here. What's the name of it? Because it might not be as significant as it looks. It might just be like this is filling in for like a generic, you know, night spirit or whatever for guarding it or something. But what does anyone know what his name is here? But yeah, I know Match is doing some budget time travel. Knight of Lundarium. Yeah, I'm not sure that's actually supposed to represent Arthur. Then they might, because like Lobo is representing like some dead fairy chief from the past. He's not representing Lobo at all. They're just lazy, you know. So I'm not sure this has anything to do with like her tapping into the prototype timeline and you know some vague spirit of Arthur protecting Match or whatever. That's not necessarily what it is. This could just literally be some random knight that they're like got in wraith form or whatever to protect her or something. It is weird though that they picked Arthur's sprite because they know that's gonna do something, right? Match is frozen because they needed to get her into the future, so she waited like 1,000 years or some shit. It's, you know, really budget time travel because Morgan sent her back in time, and this is her way of catching back up. I'm so confused. I feel like this is not significant though, which is sad, but I don't think this is significant. And if like this was an anime, they probably wouldn't even use Arthur in the anime here, right? So I don't, but the sad thing is, if they were planning on using actual Arthur, all this tells me is we're not seeing Arthur, right? Everyone's like, oh, this could be something, this is nothing. This basically means Arthur is not showing up in like, in Lostbelt 6-2. Because I think there is going to be a Lostbelt 6-2, right, a second half. But if they were going to do that, I don't think they would have Arthur here like this and stuff. Unless there's like some actual story that goes along with these Shadow Servants. But I'm pretty... If there is story that goes along with these Shadow Servants, then maybe. But I don't think there is. It looks like there's not. So I think this is kind of just a fun reference, you know, silly thing. And that's basically confirming that they're not going to use them later. Okay, well, we have a break bar. Something is applied on attack, and I'm assuming this is the same gimmick that Caster Artoria's had the whole time, where she just periodically does her first skill automatically. Well, Billy go boom. I could buff Billy, but I feel like that's not necessary. We'll do this one, and then we'll save her quick up. I think we'll get a prototype collab at some point. I don't see why not. 259. Okay, game, that's so cheap. I hate when they do this. Because, like, if you know, then you just, you know, casters, that's so cheap, dude. I hate when they do that. That did so much damage. God, we had all those evades, right? Just didn't know that they're gonna do that. That was a lot of fucking damage, too. We might lose because of that. We're in really bad shape now. My Billy! Imagine dying when you have your evade and you're at full health. I kind of have to have her evade now. This game... Watch this incredible NP gain on Atalante with her one-hit buster. The earlier Shadow Servants, though, were using NPs too. I think it's more of them wanting to make it more difficult. It could be, though. I mean, it could be like they're tapping into their normal human history. Because from what just a little bit I've seen, there's definitely a thing with like Caster Artoria getting the memories and stuff from regular Artoria, from regular history, which is completely different from, you know, her history and memories and stuff. So it could be she's like tapping into stuff, and maybe she just tapped into Prototype, and like these are like fragments of them from Prototype that are like protecting Mash to make sure she didn't get killed while she was in ice, right? It's like if you can defeat the Guardians, you're proving you're worthy or whatever the fuck. So that could have been the Prototype Gwen and the Prototype Tristan and all that, because they've said that most of the Prototype Knights of the Round and Prototype are the same in terms of like their looks and stuff. So this could be like a fragment of Proto Arthur and or just Arthur, because there's no Fate Arthur, right? Anyway, and then that was the Prototype Knights of the Round, but it's just like a fragment of them or whatever. And somehow Castor Artoria tapped into that. It could be, but even if it is, I don't think it's they're not going to do anything beyond that with it, right? It's just like a fun little reference thing, you know. I doubt they're going to do more with it. I hope they do, because I love the Prototype universe, but yeah, I don't think it's going to be anything too big. I feel like they hit Atalante for less damage than Billy. I think the like high rolled Billy and low rolled Atalante, because I'm pretty sure Billy had more health than her, because he's level 102k foe and she's level 91k foe, and she barely lived. So I think Billy just got bad luck there. Probably should have done the art card on Ushi there. 100% crit would have gotten her NP and whatnot. Also, man attribute, good point. That stuff adds up when you're dealing with big numbers. Hey, Soulwalker is good shit, man. I've been loving the shit out of that game. Just loop forehead. Man, Ushi's, because I didn't use Ushi's art card, she's not gonna be able to NP with her buffs up. They're gonna wear off. Oh, look at that music, though. Man, they killed my Billy. I'm so pissed. These fucks. But I do think Castor Artoria are the reasons these shadow things are here protecting Mash. Like, they're kind of like a neutral force, right? And they're like, oh yeah, if it's the main character, they'll be able to defeat these Guardians, right? But they'll keep the other baddies away. I think that's pretty much what's going on. She has one hit. Yeah, she has one hit. Dude, I tell you, if I had more spare time, I would really dig into Soulworker. I fucking love that game, and the version that just came out, the re-release, has way more in-game content than the original, and I'm so excited for that. But yeah, I have not had the time to play it much, but I've been playing it like a little bit every night with like Maniac in chat, and I got like my tea, and I just play some Soulworker at night. It's nice. I don't like how they like really nerfed the early game though. Once you get farther in the game, it's still totally fine when you're leveling. You can absolutely have some really fun boss fights and stuff. But the very first zone in the game, even on Maniac mode, with like the gear they give you now, it's too easy. But the later stuff is totally fine. Exactly that, Maniac. There's no rush, and it's not going anywhere Lost now that they got like their actual developer in charge of it. So, you know, it's not one of those games you have to like stay relevant with. Okay, yeah, we got it, game. Thank you. We can. I'm guessing there's supposed to be sound effects right now, but it's tied to the music. Yeah, Zaw, whenever you do get time, I'll just make another character and play with you, so I'm totally down. Alright, so that's our time travel. That's really funny though. That's their way of getting her back to the future. Just freeze her for a few thousand years, it'll work out. Didn't that happen with like in that the Haruhi, right, show or books too, right? Where like there's a time where they're like stuck in time loops for thousands of years or some stupid shit, and one of them just waits it out, right? But like everyone else has to. I don't even remember exactly, but they did some kind of bullshit time travel in that too. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was very similar to this. It's like, yeah, it's time travel, air quotes. No, not Endless 8. I think it might have been during Endless 8, but the Endless 8 was like, you know, resetting over and over. But at some point, you know, they had to like just wait it out, right? Like, and they had to do it they act like it's going to be time travel, but it's like literally just waiting. I can't remember exactly how it went down though. I haven't watched that anime in a long time. Is this like a history lesson right now? Is like what's like some of the events that happened in the past or something? I mean, it's an environmental shot, so. By the way, they really need to update the art sprites for the main character and MASH. They've updated her in-game model, but I think canonically like 2 or even 3 years have gone by since the beginning of the game. You know, 3 years is a good bit of time, right? And the main character looks exactly the same. And MASH only looks different in gameplay. They really need to fix that. The thing is, I think they're worried about, like, you know, curb appeal, right? Because I think, if I remember correctly, canonically... Wait, 6 years have passed? MASH should look so different. Like, I think, I want to say 1.0 is 2 years. Yeah, I know it's not 1-to-1 with our time, but I want to say 1.0 is 2 years, I think. It's either 1 or 2 years, I can't remember. And I'm not sure how much time is between 1.0 and then Epic of Remnant and then the start of 2.0. I don't know how much time is there, but it's certainly a chunk. And then I don't know how much time 2.0 has actually taken. But surely, like, it's canonically, it's been at least 3 or 4 years. So, and again, they did make MASH. They absolutely made it look older in game sprite, but her story sprite is exactly the same, which makes no sense. And then the main character hasn't changed in any capacity whatsoever, which makes it even less sense. So they really should do something about that. That'd be cool. And that's actually something cool Soulworker does. The two main characters, you can class them up and they get older. And technically you can do that for the other characters too, but only a few of the other ones actually look like they get older because, again, curb appeal. There's like a lolly in Soulworker, and when they class up, it's like they try to make them look more mature with like their expression and stuff, but they don't look any older for like no reason. And that for most of the Soulworker characters they do that, but for like three or four of them they get older, especially the main characters. They look quite a bit older. And I'm pretty sure in Soulworker, I got to endgame way back in the day, but I don't think they had the class up back then, so you couldn't do it. But in the new version, I'm not high enough level to do the class up. But I'm pretty sure if you don't want to look older, you can get like the gameplay elements of the class up and not have the aesthetic changes of the class up. I'm pretty sure that's the case. Yeah, Haru looks way different though when she grows up. But yeah, that's kind of a cool system that they did over there. And yeah, I wish they would do that with the main character and MASH. And I get who else? Let's see. I guess I would say Romani, but yeah. But Da Vinci's a servant, so that one wouldn't matter. Yeah, feels bad, man. I'm not sure it's been 6 years in game time, though. I'm not sure about that. I know it's been a few years, but 6 seems like too much, because I'm pretty sure Solomon is just 2 years. And I don't know how long Epic of Remnant is. But I'm not sure if it's been 6 fucking years. That seems kind of nuts. Because if MASH is 21 now, they absolutely need to change her fucking sprite. Like, her story sprite. Like, what the hell? I feel like it's a combination of them being lazy, but also curb appeal. That's such a problem with anime sometimes, man. You don't go 6 years and not change at all. What is going on with like the screen fading there? Okay, she's still not out of the ice yet. Yeah, Mash isn't just a normal human after the faux stuff. He fixes all that. I think if they ever really change Mash in terms of what she looks like, what they'll do is they'll do it in 3.0. I think that's when they would bother. I just don't. I don't think they're gonna bother in regular FGO here. Pretty sure there's supposed to be like music and shit. No, I mean her hair should not necessarily be longer because you can cut your fucking hair, right? It's like, Jesus. And with the ice thing's like magic, right? She's like preserved in the exact same state for like the whole time. Because she was in there for like thousands of years or some crap. But like, you can literally cut your hair, right? So just because you get older, like right now, I have super short hair, right? I'm older than Mash, thank you, and I have super short hair because you know I actually do this thing called maintenance. You don't have to just let it grow out, right? Yeah, for anime, that's true. I actually think that sucks though, Admiral, and I've seen that. I've seen anime where they go to a season 2 and they're like, oh, I have long hair now, so I'm older. That is so fucking stupid. Because, like, it's like they think that's like a way of signifying change or blah, 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 which is kind of a fuck you to whatever the other hairstyle was, right? So that's kind of dumb. You know, like, Jesus Christ, like, just have their hair match their personality, for God's sakes. There's way better ways of showing, gaining of maturity or change or, blah, 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 blah. Like, anime does that all the time. Like, in Tales of the Abyss, right? Because it goes the other way, too. Like, Luke cuts his hair to signify him maturing and stuff, right? It's just, like, it's just hair. Like, good lord. Nero's hair doesn't even change that much, though. Like from each game, like his hair wasn't that long to begin with, right? Obviously it's shorter, but yep, Match was like in cryogenic stasis in the crystal there. Anytime, because like they bother to update her in-game sprite because they do things like costumes and animation updates and stuff. So her in-game sprite does look much older, but they have never touched her story sprite. This is what it looked like in Fuyuki, for God's sakes. And that's why it doesn't make any fucking sense. Okay, I'm guessing we're gonna go to like the main area now and fight all of the knights and Morgan and shit. I'm not sure about Morgan though. We'll see. I kind of think they're gonna want to kill off most of the bad guys because I think they want the. It's just like 5-1, right? 5-1 to 5-2. They want it to be really different. They want a change of scenery and a change of like the basics of what they're going on. Even though they're going to be connected to an extent, obviously, but if any villain lives, it's going to be either Beryl or Morgan, I would say. But it would not shock me if the majority of the bad guys, the main bad guys, right, like are taken out, and that way the 6.2 or whatever the fuck you want to call it is going to be very different in terms of like what you're dealing with an antagonistic presence. Maybe the really minor side bad guys, like on the council and stuff, some of them might live, but we'll see. I think there might be a really big shakeup, but we're getting there, so we'll see what happens. If any of the fairy knights are, switch sides, it would be Burgist, but I don't see Burgist, unfortunately, or any of the knights being the kind of characters they'd want to carry into 6.2. They're going to want a clean slate. Just like 5-1, right? Jason died, Achilles died, Orion died, Hector died, Paris died, Bob died, Rex died, right? I think most of the good guys are gonna die too, right? I think Castor Artoria will be one of the only things that lives, right? Because they're gonna want you to have new servants and new things. You know, Percival's dead meat, man. I hate to say this, I fucking love Percival, but Percival's fucking dead. There's no world where they're gonna have you hang, because basically nothing you hang out with in Olympus was stuff you were hanging out with in Atlantis. Pretty much everyone you hung out with in Atlantis died, and you got new stuff to hang out with in, because that's like a big selling point for the stories, is they want people to get excited for new characters and stuff. I don't like that, by the way. I like sometimes lingering plot points. You don't want to just have people linger just to linger, but sometimes it's cool to have some people survive and then see how they interact with the new characters and, you know, have a fucking character arc, for God's sakes. I got better. Yeah. But the whole Muramasa Rasputin thing could be in this story, because it was, not only am I not at the end, but there's a time gate and everything, right? 6-1's not over, so that might just happen now. Also, sometimes anime, what the fuck is that? Anime openings sometimes are a bit misleading, right? Like, I think you might have some big climactic battle with them and stuff, but every piece of the puzzle there might not be present, right? Like, that's pretty common for that kind of stuff. Like, there's normally a little bit of truth in those kinds of things and a bit of just, you know, bullshit anime hype. And we have been talking at this bell for a long time. I sure hope there's not a pressing matter that we need to attend to, because if we need to plan or figure things out, you talk while walking. Thank you, because we're at the tip of the island, so we have to walk south no matter what we decide to do. So our asses should be moving south right now, thank you. Unless we're gonna, like, fucking teleport. Okay, Castor Toria doing some nonsense here. I'm telling you, man, something is up with Castor Toria throughout this whole story. You rang a bell. And... I know that does look like a bonfire. It makes me think of, like, that Farron Keep bonfire that's near the Abyss Watchers. Like that area, very much so. Like a little rund building area. A good background art. FGO generally has good background art. Their background artists do good work. Okay, so do we get that for ours now? See, look at it! Look how cool this would have been if I didn't know this was coming! And this would have absolutely blindsided me, right? I would never expect, at this point, because they didn't do like a strengthening quest like normal. Like, that's so cool, but nope! Bitches gotta run everything, and I probably would have noticed on the story support. Actually, I probably wouldn't have, unless I summoned him. If I summoned him, I would have noticed, but if I never summoned the story support, I would not have noticed on the story support. But even then, that's when it's a surprise, that's when you want to have the moment, right? But, oh well! Alter ego. Well, it looks like we're walking south. So yeah, we're not teleporting. Let me see if I have enough of those bells for... Oh wait, this is the wrong account. I don't have Burgust on this account. Never mind. I wonder if that Celtic nonsense is going to play a really big role in the second part. I'm kind of worried about another Irish invasion. I love Irish mythology and everything, but like, give them a singularity. Stop doing that, right? But I could see the second part of this, like what comes after the time gate, like not right after the time gate. Like we're gonna have the time gate, the ending, and then wait 6 months, and then the second half, right? That's what's going to happen, I think. I could definitely see it being a lot of Irish stuff because like Mev has played such a minor role up to this point, but that's probably going to change, and it got that god they were hinting at. So I could see the second part being Irish and like Norse as fuck. Maybe we'll get Loth, right? Maybe that'll happen. I highly doubt it though because Ku's getting screen time now. They're probably not going to do anything with Ku or Ku related stuff in the second part. It'll be like a lot of Mev stuff and then other new characters, which is lame because they always do things that way. But I don't expect Canister Ku to survive this. Although if he does survive it, then I think they're definitely going to do Irish stuff. I'm just hoping Norse stuff too, because you know, the Odin tag along stuff and whatnot. And although I want Norse to get its own proper screen time, which it never does, but you know, I just like them to add some Norse characters into the game for fuck's sakes. And there's just so many awesome ones to pick from. It's just ridiculous that we haven't gotten more of them. I mean, they keep gender bending things, but there's like some famous female figures in Norse mythology that they could use, like Lagartha and whatnot. At least we got Valkyrie, I guess. But yeah, Odin would be nice. Alter ego, eh? I kind of want to use a Rider, even though Riders are bad against alter egos, just because, oh god, we have to use a team. Never mind. You know what, let's get some, man, but he's 8, 10, 8. That always feels so bad. I want to do some Ivan stuff, though, just because lol buff removal. God, I would just be so happy if you didn't have to summon anything. That is so weird to see Mash as a story support. That's a weird way to do it. Let me see, are you allowed to use your own Mash when they do that? And if you don't summon her, can you use your own Mash? This is just weird. This is just weird right now. Also, nice stats. This makes so little sense, lore-wise. So, wait a minute. What if they don't let you summon Castoria when you have the story one? I guess I just think that'd be too broken. But what about, like, because you've had red hair, Muramasa, and that kind of stuff. If they, like, forced red hair on you, you could summon a friend's red hair and use your red hair and have 3 red hairs. Or Muramasa, or Da Vinci. And a few of the other ones. That's kind of dumb. What the fuck? Oh shit, she's NP5. You're right. I wonder what the numbers are on her NP. Because she had like really fucked up scaling on her NP because it's kind of obvious they weren't really back in the day they weren't really intending to take her to NP5. So like her numbers are nonsense. I wonder if anyone's been able to data mine that yet to see what the numbers are. Because I think her damage cut is what goes up per NP rank. And man, that could get so busted because her NP's damage cut is unlimited hits. And so if you used her 3rd skill and you double NP'd, you could get just so much damage cut that way. And then also the defensive with the damage cut. That is busted as fuck. Yeah, I saw Toria's 110. Yeah, let's use the Mash. Why not? We'll use Caster Toria to try to help her double NP or something. This is where I'd like to use someone that has a damage cut. I need to get him 10, 10, 10. I need to do that so bad. I know this makes no sense. Like, in like what we're fighting and his teammates, but I don't care. I like Extra Vlad, he's cool, so that's what we're going with. And then in an emergency here. Dude, Extra Vlad's a pretty interesting character. I like his voice actor, I like his design, I like his gameplay, like, it's good stuff. He will be grailed at some point. Pretty soon, actually, now that Babbage is 100, and it's about time we get him to 90, I feel. Oh, it's Muramasa, what? I guess we're training again, or whatever the fuck. Okay, so he's getting NP rapidly, and he's healing every turn, and then he's got some kind of delayed buff or every turn buff, and then crit damage up, I believe. So that's actually kind of nasty. Probably should have made a better team, but we'll work with it. But hey, we have Pierce and Vulnerability on our NP, so we don't care about the PFA stuff. I probably should have saved that taunt, but fuck it. Okay, Muramasa needs to fucking die. I love that. Anyway. He probably has the buff, he just won't use it. A lot of times enemies are scripted not to use one of their skills and stuff like that, so that's... Or he'll only use it at a crazy low health or something. Oh god, Pierce and Vulnerability, that's not what I wanted to see. Oh god, and he gets crit chance up every turn. Buff removal would have been really swell here. Vlad's got all that defense up, but man, this is a fun turn to do Mash's third skill. Oh yeah! See, I forget these things because I don't use Caster Artoria very often because she like runs the game and trivializes everything. But she stops Pierce and Vulnerability. That's so dumb. Like, that's so dumb. The answers to Pierce and Vulnerability are normally buff removal and buff block because that's like fair and you have to like invest effort, right? God, that's so stupid. I agree Caster Artoria was a mistake. And by all means make a strong art support and all that stuff. I don't mind her being like a meta support and even like the best support in the game. But I really do think all that nonsense is just bad. What they should have done was like regular Lostbelt 6 should have just been way cooler, and we should have had like a lot more like actual Camelot characters and stuff. And regular Artoria should have gotten to do stuff. And then like she can like re-find Avalon in Lostbelt 6, and then so for FGO only she has Avalon. And then because a DPS that has an invulnerability that doesn't get hit by Pierce invulnerability is fine. That's not, if Artoria had that, that's a fun niche of cool bonus. You know, that's not busted, right? It's like a built-in way that the DPS can deal with the Pierce vulnerability, right? But putting it on like literally the best support in the game, it's just so unnecessary and it's just not really fun. So yeah, he's gonna crit someone in a second here. Okay, so ideally we want to save Caster Artoria's NP for the next turn. So let's do... I forgot to click Mash's third skill. Oh god. Oh my god. I probably could have... If I had done it, I could have face tanked this NP from Caster Coup. Because we would just have so much defense. Well, shit. This is what happens when you're like talking to chat, you know, and you're not paying attention to what's going on. Bad things, man. Bad things. And she has no art card right now either, so... Bit of a whoops there.
もちろんここで
I agree, I don't want them to buff Tam with NP charge. It's way boring, it's just so stupid. Give her... And she already has unique utility, right? That's unique to her. So just double down on that kind of stuff.
もうやだ
Alright, she does that. I could probably face tank his NP, to be honest. Because he doesn't have attack up or NP damage up, and Mash can NP, and I could overcharge Mash, but there's no reason to do that.
死に望まれることは望まれたように死に何の穴をじゃ
What even is Extra Vlad's overcharge?
全ての怨恨を癒す我ら
Is it the bonus damage? That's the only I can think of would be the bonus damage. Evil. Yep, it's bonus damage. He gets a decent bit each overcharge rank, but most of it's from the base, so it's not that
これはいつかの
important.
終わりの橋どれかが
Dude, just give Extra Vlad an upgraded NP, man. Like, that's all they gotta do.
幕を開けて
Look, a nickel. How distracting. Well, at least I'm already in the middle of a turn, right? So, also you bastard. Dude, that whole shtick with Poi Poi in Darkest Dungeon with the nickels and him punching Lonely in game, right? That was funny, man. That was good times. More Masa getting styled on. You like can't lose this with the Castro Toria they give you. I should have put her in the back. This could have been a more interesting fight if I put her in the back. Not that interesting though. They don't have that much health. I'm using a pretty shitty team, and it's not a big deal.
了解です
Oh, he removes your offensive buff, so I should have done the Brave. Well, that worked out. But yeah, the Nash Brave chain would have done more damage. Because Vlad didn't have the attack up. Well, can Caster or Toria face tank this?
シールドエフェクト発揮します負けないぞ了解ですえい
Look at that NP game. Yeah, I don't think Tam even needs a buff. She's still useful today, like absolutely. But if you were gonna buff her, definitely focus on the utility stuff and make that better. Honestly, I think this game, if there's any area I think where power creep is just stupid, is there's just too much battery charge from supports. It's boring, and it results in so much broken bullshit. And I think it's really bad for the game because it makes the game more boring and it makes farming way more autopiloty, and it makes people get bored of the game, and I don't think it's good for it in the long run. Unfortunately, and so surprisingly, Ku is not evil.
最悪の席に立つそれは全ての傷全ての怨恨を癒す我らが故郷権限せよロードキャメロット
A lot of players demand things that are stupid and because they don't know what they're talking about. A lot of players in a lot of video games literally don't know how to have fun. I am serious, and there are so many game devs that will back me up on that. It's a very common sentiment from game devs that a lot of players, and I don't mean everybody, it's like of course some people know what the fuck is going on, but a lot of players, will always encourage the devs and everything around them to go with like the path of least resistance. And a lot of times that results in things being less fun, less rewarding, and in the long run makes them bored and quit. That happens all of the time. That's a big thing with developers, is you have to know the difference between good feedback and bad feedback. And I saw a developer talking about this a while ago where he was basically saying players are very good at diagnosing problems, like identifying problems. Players are not very good at coming up with solutions for those problems. Now, that's a generalization. He's not saying there's not individual people out there that know just as well as game devs of how to fix a gameplay system. That's not what he's saying. He's just saying the masses a lot of times will easily identify something that's not fun, not fair, not good, not rewarding, stuff like that. But they won't identify a good solution to it. That is extremely common. And so a lot of times what devs need to do is they need to accept when players find a flaw, even if the dev doesn't think it's a flaw. A lot of times it is one. That's not always true, but it is true a lot of the times. And then it's up to the dev to come up with an intuitive and clever or a good way to fix it, right? And a lot of devs fail at that, and a lot of devs actually just autopilot what the player base says to do to fix it. And a lot of times that doesn't work. A lot of the time that doesn't fucking work. And again, that goes back to the knowing the good feedback from the bad, right? If like only 5% of your player base actually knows a good solution, you need to be able to listen to that 5%. But then you still need to listen to the bulk that identifies the problem in the first place. Yeah, oh god, fighting games are an amazing example because so many people they might identify a character being bad or good, or too good, but then their ideas of how to buff or nerf them are just ridiculous and are just it would not work in the slightest. That happens so often. So even though we don't need this invulnerability, I'm just casting it for the art up so Vlad gets more NP gain. But yeah, it's pretty common that a lot of people don't actually know what they would enjoy, right? That's a very common thing. So yeah, you gotta be really careful about that, both from the player side and the developer side. Because just because a lot of people in FGO are saying Tam needs battery doesn't mean that's a good way to actually go about it. So what about Soccer Wars do you think was a unique scenario, Lost? I can think of several things, but I'm curious what you're referring to. I would think Soccer Wars was a fairly unique scenario, and how badly designed it was, and what a bad maneuver that was. And most of the other games don't do that, other than the BlazBlue game, but that one also was crashing and burning. I'm okay with a crunchy peanut butter and jelly sandwich if you mean crunchy as in like crunchy peanut butter. But if it's like, crunchy jelly, no thank you. But yeah, if you go like, maybe it's toast, maybe you got like toasted bread and crunchy peanut butter, that's pretty good. I like peanut butter and jelly though about any way. I can use soft bread and creamy peanut butter or crunchy peanut butter. I'm happy with whatever. Peanut butter and jelly is good stuff, man. I do prefer crunchy peanut butter. As for the bread, I probably prefer it soft, but I don't mind it toasted at all. And sometimes I'll eat it that way just to mix it up. Alright, well, poor Ku. Even if he had his PFA, he would still die here because of the fearsome vulnerability. The niche fan base was a fan of the VN dating sim with mech combat, so the diehard fans were not okay with the FGO clone without any of the... Hold on, I missed the end of that. Any of the main characters from... Yeah, that game was insanity. It was insanity, right? So DW, the creators of FGO, the gameplay stuff, they're not the creators of like the story and all that, but they had the idea to make another mobile game that was like a complete FGO clone in terms of systems and that kind of stuff. Progression and all that. That stuff was all... And not just FGO, but like day one FGO. They were literally copying day one FGO. I guess they're planning on progressing it like FGO. They do like... Right off the start, they did like a summer event, and it was almost exactly like Summer 1 in FGO. It's embarrassing. Anyway, so they decided to do that, and this mobile game was based on an IP... that, as Law said, was a dating sim that had like mechs in it, which, I don't know much about it, but that's out there, that's something. But then they made a mobile game that wasn't that at all, it didn't have like that aspect to it. And it didn't have any of the characters from that game. So it's like, what the fuck? Like it's a terrible idea. So they basically made a brand new IP because nobody that liked the IP before was really going to be interested in it because it didn't have like the same aspects to it, it didn't have the same characters. So you're not even appealing to the fan base, because even though it's an old IP, it's had a fan base, you know, that like newer people have gotten into it, even though it's an older IP. But so they didn't appeal to their own IP, which defeats the purpose of using the IP, right? The whole point of making a game that's not brand new and you use like an established work, like, you know, Full Metal Alchemist or something, right? The whole point of doing that is to get like a bonus boon to your player base from that fan base, but they didn't even get that. And then they just picked like the worst gacha model ever, because FGO has the worst gacha model ever. I legitimately think though, DW might know, I don't know, but actually probably not, because they're not working with Aniplex. They did not work with Aniplex to make Sakura Wars. They worked with Sega, I think. I think it was Sega. I might have been Bandai or something, I don't know, but it wasn't Aniplex. As I don't think, or was it? Lost will know. Maybe it was Aniplex, I'm out of my mind. Anyway, Aniplex assuredly, and maybe DW, I'm not sure they realize how FGO is like the worst gacha business model of like the popular gachas out there, and the only reason they hold their own is because of the IP, and that's obvious to everyone except them apparently. And so using that gacha model again for a really unpopular IP, it's recipe for disaster. Absolute recipe for disaster. It is Sega? Okay. That's what I thought. I feel bad for the people that were a fan of that IP though, because they've gotten a few games like in recent years, like on PS3 and stuff. But they don't get a lot of content, right? And then so they get a new game, and then it's a mobile game, and a bad mobile game, and it doesn't even have the characters that they like, and it shuts down in like 5 or 6 months. So yeah, not great. But that was worse for them than if the game wasn't even made, because now it makes other developers and publishers not want to touch that IP and stuff. I wonder if we're gonna walk into that wasp nest. Okay, now we got a ruler. We're going really slow right now, going south. What would be a fucking ruler right now? Do I have force supports? I do not. Okay, how is Max's Percival coming along in comparison to mine? Fuck! Oh right, no, Max has already had 1k foe. That's right. The reason mine was a bit ahead was because of this. That's right. That's right. Max wasn't an idiot and actually was ready to 1k foe him from the get-go. We could do some Percival stuff though. Sure, we'll use Max's right now. We'll mix it up. Although mine has command codes on them already, so I'm gonna use mine. Feels bad. But I like me some command codes, so... And we get golden sumo, you know, that's always good stuff. You know, I actually like Percival Stage 1. It's kind of cool. I don't like it enough to not use the armor, but Stage 1's not so bad. I suspect some people out there probably like it. I think, dude, I'm so glad. Shit, on my main account, it'll be so easy to use Percival, right? When I do budget stuff, I use George all the time, and Percival can fill that role in, like, as a universal team thing. Like, it's so easy to slap Percival on a team when you're just doing kind of, you know, gameplay like this. And I like that, that's awesome. I like his stage 3 because he's got a bit more armor, like the chest armor's a bit more and whatnot. He's got like more waist armor, and the cape side extra shell thing is a bit like wow, but I don't mind it, it's fine. But it is a bit, you know, but you know his design's pretty fantasy, you know, he's you know, his midriff doesn't have any armor and all that, right? So, you know, it's anime, right? Let's see, what do I want to use? I don't want to use an Avenger. Maybe we use a Berserker though, because there's gonna be like mobs, you have to protect them, and that makes it more fun. What about Blood Axe? There's also Horsebindo, but yeah, we'll do Blood Axe. That's some good stuff. I grailed them for a reason. Kind of wanting to 2K foam. I mean, you could get him to 13K and 11K, man. That's not bad stats. Like, not at all. And with this, he'd be 13-13. See, seriously, that's nice. And if you ever give him an NP buff, then we're really getting somewhere. I mostly want damage. I think Percival can take care of himself for the most part. Could do Pinth. That might not be enough protection for the team, but we'll try it. And then in case of emergency. You know what? I'm not even going to bring a full team. We'll make this spicy. I don't think you need an emulator to do it. I think you can do it on any device, Cyber. It is technically breaking terms of service, but and we here at Green Incorporated obviously would never condone any breaking of the terms of service. Green abs, yeah. I think on a phone though, it might put a bit more stress on your device. So if you have like heat problems or whatever, that might be an issue. But yeah, that's about it. I've thought about using it, but because it's against terms of service, I don't really want to use it on my main account because I want to. I want to take as few risks as possible with my main account. But it would be cool because I've seen it. It's not like it's not a 10 out of 10 translation. But it's a pretty solid translation. You will absolutely be able to play through JP and have a pretty good idea what's happening. And that would be nice. I've been very tempted to use it. I really am curious what we're going to be fighting here. I guess we're going to have a little Celtic skirmish. But I don't think we're going to have that much stuff with them. I think we're about to, go into fairy nonsense. That seems a bit silly, Lost. It's good for people that are a bit late to the party, though. What I would do if I were them is I'd use a machine translation by default. So when stuff comes out, you get it immediately, and then you do a manual one behind that, and then replace the automated one as you go. That makes way more sense to me. I wouldn't expect us to fight Mev right now, but, well, I don't know, there she is. Guess we'll see. I'm kind of expecting her to play a bigger role in part 2, in 6 months. Like, I don't really get it, because why not use both? Like, why, I don't understand why they just don't use both. Like, do the machine one for, like, day 1, and you just get some right off the bat. And because otherwise you have to wait. You have to not play the story for, like, a month. It doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't get it. Alright, what are we fighting? What? What? How? Why is there a chocolate Megalos and Karen? What are their names? This surely is representing something else. Like, that must be representing just some, like, big Celtic brute, right? And then she must be representing something else. What the fuck? Because she wasn't even in the story, right? So what are their names? And like they weren't in the cutscene or anything. It's Devil Karen. So this is Karen? This is just Karen? And I'm so confused. And Chocolate, it is Chocolate? Why are we fighting Chocolate in Lostbelt 6? Why are we actually fighting Chocolate in Lostbelt 6? Oh my god. I tell you, I've said this from the beginning, that Lostbelt 6 feels like a really long event story. It just has like all this silly stuff mixed into it like events do. And this is just exactly what I'm talking about. Like, this does not feel like a main story at all. It absolutely does not to me. Like, what the fuck? We're fighting Chocolate Giant, and then just Karen, but she won't have any meaning in the story. Like, you fight someone in a free quest, right? You fight Canis in a free quest for an event, and it doesn't, you know, mean anything, right? That's exactly what this feels like right now. Jesus. I like how she has taunt, though, so you can't melt Megalos. She's got some kind of delayed buff or something. Surely Percival can survive one hit. I tell you though, that's one area George can be a lot better. George gives himself a 40% defense buff. You know, that first hit, you know, he might be able to heal and kind of mitigate damage that way, but he has to survive the first hit. Where George is actually more likely to survive the first hit because he has so much damage reduction. Do I do my attack down? Not really a good turn for it, but I am worried about Percival getting one shot. Karen probably has the two actions. I'm gonna do it. See if I can NP next turn. I love the background though. It's done really well. Just had to do the fucking AoE. So Karen didn't even attack. He has all three actions. This is a cheerleader stage like that one with Paris and the twins, right? Well, I really fucked that up then. Man, Penthas might die if she gets crit again. I'm hoping she doesn't. I could heal her and give her... Is that more important? Like, she absolutely needs to survive to get her NP. Yeah, that's probably right. Then I shouldn't have healed Percival, but... Too late now. No, it's not Aurora. Her name is literally Devil Karen. Like, it's not like... It's just Karen for some fucking reason. Does she have a chance to charm when you attack her? That's what it seems like. Good thing Penth is immune to debuffs. And from what I understand, this thing's name is Chocolate Giant, and her name is just Devil Karen. So, yeah, what the hell, man? I wanted to like Lostbelt 6 so bad, and I want it to redeem itself, but they're making it very hard. I don't think Lostbelt 6-1 is going to redeem itself, and I think it's going to go down as one of my least favorite stories, but I'm very hopeful that Lostbelt 6-2 is going to really turn around. Only, what? Why did we do 98k? She must have some kind of special defense against something, because my normal card damage, like there, that's weird. What the fuck? Probably gotta get some kind of defense up or something. Because holy shit, we barely did any damage there. We were buffed out to wazoo too. I might have to bring a better team for this actually. Let me see if there's an icon that pops up. Yep, you can see it. They keep doing this lately where they have buffs that you can't see, but when you attack them you can see them. I don't even get the point of that. George with that damage mitigation, and he doesn't even have his a defensive CE that you could give him.
よかろう砕け
Oh, come on, 98%. And there's the AoE. At least the AoE gave me my MP. I guess I'll take that. I think we're gonna lose because I didn't use a back row, right? I only had like the 2 and that was it. And you're doing so little damage right now. Protoku could do it if I get rid of the ruler, like no problem. But this defense thing she's got is making my damage suck. Oh boy. Not only is she a ruler. Oh my god, and that's right, she has a chance to charm. That's kind of dumb too though, he has really high debuff resistance, we got unlucky there. And I didn't bring Atlas. Oh my god, RNG please. If my debuff resistance could proc once, that would be great. So many turns going to waste. Honestly, if our RNG was better, I think we might have been okay. Or if I, you know, did the anti-charm command code, that'd have been really good. She's just way too tanky though. Like ruler plus defense up, that's permanent. That's kind of ridiculous. Gonna have to make a team that is actually half decent. Oh my god, we got seriously, we NP for 11k. Yeah, that's getting them. Oh yeah, and because we're getting charmed, our cooldowns aren't coming back. Yeah, charm, anti-charm command code would have really helped there. Actually, probably would have won if we had had it. Okay, what do we actually want to do for this here? Let's stick with Percival. It's just fun. I don't want to summon some bullshit. That Leonidas though. Let's see. You know, I know what I want to do. I know what I want to do. Hold on. I'm gonna have to not use Percival, but I'll see if anyone in chat can figure it out before I actually put it up. I gotta move some command codes around and stuff here. Yeah, Zeus. If I could summon Zeus, I would do that. He's charm immune actually, so that'd be nice. Ongra. Kuwaitia, I wish. Oh, Juno would be immune to the charm. Not sure if they counted as servants or not. I don't think anyone's gotten it yet. I've missed it. I haven't seen every guess just because the command code UI is shit and all that. But I don't think anybody's gotten it. Okay, that's some decent command codes for what we're doing.
そろそろクエストに戻る？
When you'll see it, you're going to be very unsurprised. But no one's guessing it, so I don't know. We'll see. If I could summon myself, that would really help. I love logging in and then not being able to summon myself. It's great. There we go. He's got 100% resistance to debuffs, and he has armor ignore. So, you know, and he's like one of my favorite characters. So it kind of just makes sense here. The question is, do I want to just rush my NP for the armor ignore? It's so fun to do the big crits though, but in this case it does kind of make sense to do it that way. I should probably give him more starting NP, but let's see here. How do we want to do this? It's not like it's bad to crit right off the bat, so that's a potential. So Mozart's still a potential, David just for some survivability. Also charm removal, attack up. Could go with Poster Girl Shakespeare would be amazing, by the way, because then you've got 30% battery, so you're already at 80. That'd be pretty swell. But I don't want to use Poster Girl. Golden Sumo Gong, yep. We've got Asclepius, don't really need him other than the battery. I wouldn't mind trying to make Shakespeare work. Normally I do Mozart because you use the guaranteed crits to just get an art crit. And then there's damage and everything else. But what I want to do is I want to NP her and then crit Megalos. So we have to keep Mori alive. That's the thing. I really want to be able to just NP right off the bat then though. I kind of feel like I need to give Mori more starting NP because there's no high amount of battery for low stars. Unless you use the Switch Mystic Code. Because then we've got... That's so much... Dude, you have to do so much stuff with low stars to mimic 50% battery, right? You have to do so much. It's super annoying. It's like that meme, you know, look at all this that they have to do to mimic a fraction of our power, right? It's literally that, though. Because I'd have to do, like... I have to do this, right? Because it's 20, 10, there's your 50. Right? That is... And then you also have to use the Switch Mystic Code. And you don't really want to use the Switch Mystic Code with Mori. You want to do... very much so you want to do Anniversary Blonde, right? Like, it fucking sucks to do Switch Mystic Code with him. Let's see, what would the order be if we were doing it this way? I'm trying to think if you want Asclepius on the front or the back. Yeah, high stars have just so much battery, it's absurd, so... And this would not give me much survivability for Mori. This account doesn't have Aux King. Why don't I ever... If this was my main, I could like optimize this so much more. Because it might have armor ignore, but she still has a decent amount of health. Wasn't like 400k or something? Because Asclepius... Man, this sucks. If I didn't have to use a Switch Mystic Code and I could get 50% battery anyway, I'd be fine, but... I'm not going to have a Mystic Code that gives me much damage. I'm not going to have a support that gives me much damage. I guess we'll go Star Bomb, though. It's not bad if I crit on the first turn. I want to not use my first skill, though. Actually, I'm going to go Fuck, this is gonna be complicated then. I mean, you could kill her with just crits, but, okay. Man, I'm so frustrated, though, that I can't... I kind of just want to use Waver, because then I can just do it. And then I could use Anniversary Blonde so I can crit later, but... It's casual. Where the fuck is... This account has, like, all the Starbomb CEs, but I have such a hard time finding any of them. Other than Golden Carp, but, Okay, and Shengon can taunt himself if need be, so that's something. Or literally anyone else, it doesn't really matter. Let's go Mozart. I do Leonidas. Doesn't really matter what's on Mozart. Alright, let's see here. There's a lot of ways to set this up, so we might need to change some things. Reverse battery. I mean, in a way, Oberyn does have reverse battery. It just doesn't really matter. Yeah, Lancer Melt. See, you could do 350k with crits, but with just the NP, that's gonna be tough. This could not be a worse opening hand. Thanks, game. Why couldn't I get, like, anything with my opening hand here? So much effort to get 50% batteries, dude. That is ridiculous. So I don't want to use my first skill because I don't really have any cards to crit with. And I don't want to block the buffs yet. I can block them next turn though. Is Armor Ignore is inherent? I mean, I could do it because it'll stop the charm, but I don't really have anything to crit with. Ah, fuck it. Let's see what happens. That one quick card, our worst option. Dude, it would be so sensible if Maxwell was a battery low star, dude. That'd be so sensible. That'd be awesome. Man, I could use it in videos all the time then. That'd be so awesome. If I had a Buster card, or had an Art card, so close, dude. Look at it, so fucking close. Can't get charmed though, so that's nice. And he still can't be charmed because he, the buff lasts 3 turns. Because if I'd killed it there, I could stun Megalos right now. Fucking game, man. Running everything. I kind of want to do it again just because it's a lot more stylish if we just one turn her. I'm pretty sure we're going to win here, but we couldn't really set that up in the way that I wanted, just because we didn't get any fucking cards, so. How Just how are you going to be like this game? We are on turn 3 and we've never gotten a Mori Buster card. And it's just the one quick again. Like, oh, I'm just freezing. I mean, I'm sure we're going to win. Like, we can kill her this turn even with the quick, right? And then we've got, you know, Ku in the back. And I mean, we can do it. We can fight 200k Berserker, and that's nothing. But that was so unsatisfying. Like, that was such an unsatisfying way to do it. It would be fine if I didn't have to use the Switch Mystic Code, because I could just crit on a follow-up turn with Anniversary Blonde. Yeah, it's look at what they have to use to mimic a fraction of our power. It's I have to use 3 supports and a Mystic Code to get 50% battery. You get that many apples by not being an idiot in every event. Every event I play drop to AP efficiency, not time to drop efficiency. And so I clear events and basically never have to use any apples ever. And so whenever then I want to, you know, fight a boss over and over again, or I want to dick around on the stream or whatever, I have all the apples I'll ever need. Also, they give out a lot of apples, I mean, let's be real here. But like a lot of people, there's so many people try to clear the event in like the first 3 days, where the nodes that are available, the free quests that are available, are the least efficient free quests you could do. And then not only that, they bring teams that can 3-turn really easy, so they have a less event bonuses and stuff. So they're like doubling up on their AP inefficiency. Where I do the opposite of that, and so I, over time, just get an insane amount of apples. No, JP doesn't give you more apples than NA. I can switch to my NA account right now, and I've got like 600 apples over there, and I barely play NA. Like, NA is like the account I play the least, and I've got an insane amount of apples over there, too. I just apply this philosophy anytime I play FGO, and it serves me very well. And like, here's an example. Way back, I did this on NA, and I do this in like every event, but way back when the NA server launched, and there was the Halloween event. The first Halloween event. I wasn't getting particularly good luck with the CE drop. But I didn't use apples to farm to get a drop until like the last day, right? In case I got it with natural AP. Right, so I don't need to clear the event on the 3rd day. It doesn't matter, right? Event's not going anywhere. So like I don't spam apples to get an event CE drop until I know I'm running out of time. Then I use apples, and then I use the minimum amount, right? That kind of philosophy is how I always do everything. And it's because I don't care about farming. Farming's not fun, but you know, boss fights are fun, or soloing, you know, Richard is fun, or you know, whatever the fuck. So I save my apples for that kind of stuff. Yeah, this game gives you apples like candy, and if you a lot of events you can there are so many events in this game that you can completely clear and get everything from the shop and never use an apple. And you know, they have all the free quests, you know, give you an apple on your first clear and everything. You just stock up on them all, and that most events you can clear without using a single apple with easily. And I know that because I do it all the time. I do it all because I have a bunch of different accounts, and most of them I'm able to clear them without using a single apple. Now, some events are fun and you want to mess about and you want to do stuff, and I will use apples sometimes for that kind of thing. And there are events from time to time that are really inefficient and you do need to use apples, but it's so outweighed by the events where you gain apples, it's not even close. Alright, we have one Mori card here. Now, right now, Mori has a 100% chance to crit. And ideally, you want that to not change when you switch, but it's going to reshuffle the stars. And it's because I'd actually like to not use his absorb, so I can use the absorb later, because this is not a typical Mori setup. Normally, I have a lot more Star Bomb CEs on the team, and you know, Mozart's already out, and I have Anniversary Blonde, so I have so many ways to get him crits, but with this setup, we don't at all. And of course, I don't get any crits. Okay. Thanks, game. Let's see here. A lot of people, I just don't think, realize that the early free quests are so inefficient. Like the first few days, you know, the stages are just so bad to farm, right? I think a lot of people don't realize that, and they're just impatient. Now, sometimes I have to waste apples on stuff because I'm a YouTube creator, and this bothers me to no end. So, if there's an event, normally the challenge quest is out long before the event's over, right? A challenge quest is normally out within like a week, and it's normally out for a week, roughly, right? But you want to, if as a YouTube person, I've got to kind of start working on the challenge quest right away, right? And especially because with my sleep schedule and everything, you know, I'm kind of behind the curve anyway. I'm normally behind everyone else anyway. So I can't like wait a bunch of time. And so there are certain challenge quests that are scaled around an event CE, right? You're supposed to have like a damage CE that's a damage CE only for the event. And so I can't wait until the very last day of the event to use my natural AP to try to get an event drop. I have to try to get an event drop before the challenge quest comes out. And that is so obnoxious. I hate that. And I only have to deal with it because I'm a YouTuber. Because otherwise, one, if I didn't get the CE drop and the CE was bad, that happens all the time, where an event CE is bad outside of the event, right? You only use it for the event challenge quest and never again. And for those, you can just use command spells or summon Castoria or whatever the fuck and beat it without the event CE, right? And then you don't have to farm a bunch for it, right? Or you just keep farming with natural AP until you get the event CE and do the challenge quest later, right? That's what I would do if I was a normal fucking person. But because I do YouTube shit, I can't do that, and I have to waste apples. Like Fate Requiem, I had to waste so many apples to be able to do the challenge quest, like, you know, quickly. It's so lame, dude. I hated that. You know, if I can wait until the end of the event, it's normally not a big deal, but when you have to do it like a week early, yeah, then it's kind of a big deal. I hate that I have to use my Star Absorb here. Hey Shadow, thank you for the resub, man. 7 months. Look at you! Look at you! With the no space. I know what you're doing. Fucking Green can't read this as a plague upon this land, by the way. I'm just saying. He sounds so calm and he's about to murder somebody. Yeah, you can see her defense up thing doesn't proc there. But it does on the normal attack damage, so you'll see right here. Killed her anyway! Okay, that was much better. Is it bad? Oh, I'm chin gonging. Oh, I'm chin gonging. I gotta. It brings in Mozart. I gotta. I fucking gotta. What's really sad though is I'm gonna use Asclepius's NP to overcharge Chin Gong's NP so it does more damage. Wait! Oh no, thank God. He doesn't give guts to himself! He's not Iris Veal! What a nub! He gives guts to everybody else! He can't save himself! RIP! Yeah, see if it was Iris Veal, this wouldn't work. Could save others, but not himself. That's pretty much how it was in the story, though, so that's kind of the point. I'm quite sure that's why they did it. Can't benefit from the big art up, which is unfortunate. And we don't have Chin Gong's crit up anymore, but I don't think it's really gonna matter. This was so much smoother. Like that's much better. That's what I'm talking about. Because then we were able to stun and all that, right? That was so much better. Mori really never got good RNG though with those hands on that one either. It just wasn't like atrocious RNG. Mori is the best. I love him so much. Great gameplay. She's actually in the story. What the fuck? This makes no sense. Fucking why? It's Karen, right? She's a oh my god, it's ridiculous. God, do you think they're gonna have Rasputin? Because what they've said is Kodamine is basically driving, like how Waver is driving. And with that combo, Rasputin basically stops controlling the body after Lostbelt 1. I wonder if that's why they're doing that. I'm gonna be right back though. I'm gonna get water real quick. Also, why are we fighting chocolate? Alright, I'm back, and I have returned with water and a banana. This story, man. Arknight's apples expire? Yeah, I don't like that either. Arknight is very generous, though, with its AP ratio. The AP in Arknights regenerates so super fast, and the stages cost less AP. So it's pretty easy to play Arknights quite a bit without even using the apples. But yeah, it is annoying that they expire. And that's how Punishing Grey Raven is too, although their expiration time is much longer. But yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. You can't stock up. Not a fan. Epic 7 lets them, last forever. Soul Worker lets them last forever. FGO lets them last forever. I don't know about Grand Blue Fantasy. I think those do last forever too. I love the emote combo with Paimon and the banana. That's pretty much, that was me a second ago here. As I looked at that emote, I was chewing like that pretty much. They do last forever in Grand Blue. Yeah, it's pretty standard to make them last forever, and I think it's pretty scummy to have them not last forever. I'm really not a fan. Almost every game ever, though, does that, where if you lose a stage or quit, you get the AP back. Arknights does that, Epic 7 does that, I think Grand Blue Fantasy does that. That is so standard. It is insane that FGO doesn't do that. And it sucks too if you want to reset the boss. You're like, oh, let me twink this or, whatever. It's stupid that you lose all that AP. It's ridiculous. Grand Blue doesn't? Ah, that feels bad. Yeah, Gijin is both. The standard ones though do last forever, but there's an apple you can purchase like once a week and rather easily, like with an in-game currency, and that one only lasts a while. And then there's some you can craft. You can craft AP. You can like store for later, and those do last forever, but you can only have 5 of them. And then there's one that they give out through various means, and those last forever. Battlecrafts refunds your AP if you quit within 10 seconds. Well, that's not very forgiving. I much prefer Epic 7. I do not see the reason to like punish players for making them lose AP because they failed. That just makes them not want to play as much. Right? It should be okay if you're having a hard time with a boss fight or something. You should not be stressing out about that. Right? You should be able to take your time and just figure it out. And like Arknights can be a pretty fucking hard game, especially for low rarity. It can be really hard. And you gotta puzzle it out, right? And it's nice though because in Arknights you can puzzle it out as much as you want. And it don't cost you anything, right? And you can just keep going. Arknights makes it so if you fail a stage or quit, you lose 1 AP, but the regeneration rate of AP is so fast in Arknights that while you're in the stage, you will regenerate more than 1 AP. So it literally, you go up, like even if you're not trying. Honestly, I wish Arknights was more to my liking. The only thing I really have against it is like the cast just isn't really my cup of tea. There's not. And especially for budget, there are some characters in Arknights I do like, but I like keeping things more on the budget side, of course. And there's just not a lot of options. You know, FGO gives you like multiple options for each role for budget. Arknights doesn't. And so like, you only have a few characters for low star in a certain role, and if you don't like those few characters, you're just fucked. And there's a lot less dudes in Arknights too, which kind of sucks, so. That's a big turnoff for me. But I think Arknights does handle a lot of stuff right. I think the gameplay is very fun, the boss fights are very fun, and it's very fair with how it handles a lot of stuff. I have a lot of nice things to say about Arknights, but there's a lot of like subjective stuff that's just not up my alley. Even when you conclude the 4 stars though, it's still the same thing in a lot of departments. And that does help though, there's a lot more 4 stars. The other 4 stars are kind of like FGO's 3 stars. Hey TG, thank you for the year resub, dude. I feel like I'm still new here. I feel like I'm new here, 100%. Hard to believe I've been here for a year already. Yeah, dude, I can't believe I've been streaming for years, and yeah, I feel like I'm an imposter, right? We are frauds here, sir. I'll say this, I don't think you have to, like, if you're worried about time, I think Arknights is so forgiving on time. I play Arknights a few times a month, and it's fine. It's you know, anytime I sit down and play it, it's just like a normal single player experience where I can enjoy the story fights and everything. And I don't keep up with that game in the slightest, but anytime I go back to it, it's no problem, like at all. I don't feel like I've missed out or anything. So I think it's a really good. It's good like that though. The probability rant stream? God, I remember that. That was so annoying, but what are you gonna do? Unless I'm thinking of the wrong thing. There's been a lot of rants, right? So, might be confusing some things. Jesus Christ! I guess we're working with them right now. Why is her thumb like that? Like thumbs down, but in the weirdest way possible. I guess it's because she's supposed to be holding her weapon, but it's just not right now, and they didn't bother to redraw her finger, which would have taken very little effort, but what are you gonna do? I guess they didn't expect you to really see it because of the text box. Much talking. This thing we're gonna like besiege all the fairy bullshit. Morgan crew. The only other fight that was really noticeable was like the solo fight you had to do. And I guess that last fight we just did there was a little bit noteworthy. It wasn't as hard as the Dog Juna fight, but it was kind of close. It'd be tough if, depending on what your options are, but it was definitely not as hard. There's been several medium fights though that were fun to mess around with, right? We had that Arthur fight with the AoE gimmick and all that, right? Like there's been stuff. I've had fun. It hasn't been anything like Lostbelt 5 though, like no way. Oh, NA, K&K. That was a thing. Oh, Jesus. Will he be rated up in like a week? Actually, at this point, it'd be a bit less than that. Because let's see, the anniversary is in what? Like, I know the, like the pre-start, like the streams and stuff start, I think, in, like, 5 days or something. But, like, the meat of it doesn't start, I think, for, like, 13 or something. And I'm kind of expecting Oberon to have a rate up before that. I feel like he's gonna get it in, like, a week-ish. We'll see, though. I hope so, because if not, it's gonna really fuck up their banners around the anniversary, so, or during the anniversary. I don't think our stream will grow too much more, which I'm okay with. You know, I'm not trying to kick anyone out, right? I mean, you know, people are welcome, but you know, I don't want to have, you know, 1,000,000 words a minute chat. I don't want, you know, that kind of attention, right? I'm not greedy for the money, so like I'm good. I don't, you know, I want chat to be, you know, large enough that people can be active and have conversations and things happening, but I don't want it to be chaos, right? The only way I ever see like the stream getting much bigger is if like I ever play like a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, you know, I played some other game and it was just such a popular game and things went well, and you know, I fixed my fucking room so I have soundproof stuff so I don't have so much reverb in my mic, right? You know, that kind of stuff. But like if some other game like blew up and I did well there, then this stream could potentially get bigger. But I don't really want that to happen. You know, I want there to be enough growth in my stream for it to stay consistent. You know, you don't want to degrade over time. And that's always going to happen to an extent, so you have to grow to offset that, right? But yeah, I don't want to be some big fucking stream. Like yikes. Because I recognize almost everyone in my chat. We can, you know, talk easily, right? And it's nice, right? And then a lot of people in my chat get to know each other, and that's nice too, right? So it's like it's good. You have a big streamer you look up to? I don't know if like there's one, but there's certain aspects of various streamers that I like respect. I'm like, oh, they know what they're doing, and you know, they handle this well, and that kind of thing. There's no like one streamer I would point to that's like my role model or anything. I try not to put people on pedestals like that because it can be bad. But there's some like. There's some streamers that I'm like, yeah, they understand the platform, they understand how to read their chat well, and you know, there's something like that. But there's no single one that I think I would point to. But yeah, there's plenty of people out there that know what the fuck they're doing. Way more so than I, for sure. This is not a professional get up. Let's be real. There's a few streamers that I've seen where like I disagree with some of their opinions, but then I really like the way they conduct themselves, and they still have like really good takes on like, you know, how the streaming platform should be handled and that kind of stuff. So yeah, I try not to get into those mindsets where oh, this guy's always right, this guy's always wrong, right? You gotta try to be fair. Hanako Blue, it exists out there. They were an NA player though, and they probably quit by now, I'd imagine. Also, I'm pretty sure they like hated me and they were like trying to make fun of me, but it didn't really work. But I'm not really sure. It was weird. I have no idea what's going on right now. I'm gonna guess the reason Karen is here is they're gonna come with some bullshit excuse where like one of the gods inside of the whole bullshit Karen situation is, you know, Celtic related or whatever, and that's how they're justifying it. But that's really stupid because, you know, she's a modern person. That makes no sense. There's like 3 like gods involved with Karen. I don't even remember what all of them are. I could not even begin to guess what's going on right now. Is this like a food eating competition? Why would this? Some story we got here. Woohoo. I hope not true, but yeah, I know there's like chocolate shit for. I thought the chocolate was here because of her, but I don't know. Yeah, but Ishtar is literally part of Babylonia, like directly. And this is Fairyland, Britain. What is going on right now? This is the main story, by the way. Yeah, I said that earlier. If Rasputin comes to Lostbelt 6, that's probably why they did it. Okay, fighting a berserker. Look at that fucking Avenger Ushi. I almost want to use that just to show off how fucking disgusting she is. I've actually not used her against berserkers yet, but she does so well at neutral. She'll just absolutely just. You know what? I'm doing it. Fuck it. Unless this turns out to be like some crazy hard fight, we'll do a budget setup, but then Avenger Ushi. Let's show how ridiculous this can get. Qin Gong is kind of fine because of the taunt. Maybe Hans. I haven't used her in budget context that much. Let's see. Good Nash. You don't have to. George. I don't have a lot of buffs for her if I'm doing it like this. There's just no budget quick supports, man. Like shit. I really hope they add some new low stars soon. We've gone almost 2 years without any low stars, man, other than Nobukatsu, but that doesn't count. So I really want them to add like a new batch, and they haven't done that in a while, and I hope that new batch has a battery support and a fucking quick support. Like, goddamn. You know, if it's Buster, you just Qin Gong, you Shakespeare, that kind of thing, but when it's quick, it's like, there's nothing really works. You got Alex, but he's so hard to level his skills, and he's not really a full support like Qin Gong is, like not at all, right? He's just damage stuff. And he's a damage himself, mostly, so. Yep, the quick support David, there we go. You do what you gotta do. We will Golden Carp, because maybe we get some random crits or something. Might Atlas in case of emergency. Like, you never know when they throw bullshit debuffs at you. Yeah, Mata Hari, but she's universal support. It is nice that she gives so much damage, and this account doesn't have a Mata Hari that's like 10-10. My main does, but this one doesn't. If I did, I would use her, because it's a lot of damage up for anybody. That is a break bar hand. Don't even. I bet you it drops a 5-star Ember. They did that last time. Although this might be a 4-star one. I think the ones that have 5-star, like their star up there is like even more crazy. I don't know why I just cast Guts. I actually kind of need George to die, considering that this isn't exactly what I thought it was going to be. Well, let's make a bunch of stars here. Good art chain, though. But stars. Look, it's a hand with like 3 actions per turn. That's something. There was a hand in Lostbelt 5 too, but it was like a 5-star one. And it was involved with other enemies too. It was like a whole thing. I think it had to do with like that forge. It was like the god that got turned into a forge. I'm pretty sure is what that was. Okay, good. George got smacked. I mean, we didn't. You only really farm it in Babylonia. You don't farm it on Olympus at all. There's no point in NPing here. The enemy doesn't have enough health. These enemies aren't strong enough to show off her value. It's just gonna be wasted value no matter what I do. You're too weak! Maybe he'll do something crazy when you break his bar. So that buff he just gives himself is insta-death. So the next thing he attacks, he insta-deaths. Good thing we, I was like, I want to see if he does something. He did something. Boy, if I had known that, I would have already casted Guts. Who would have predicted that? Who on earth would have predicted that he would get insta-death on break bar? Like, that's so not typical. We have so much damage here. Can't show it all off. That would have really surprised me if I was trying to solo it. Because if you're soloing, it will kill you there if you don't have Guts up. Honestly, a lot of things would fail to solo it because of that. You pretty much need Guts or to bring the Anniversary Blonde Mystic Code. It actually had it from the start, and insta-death George. That would explain why he died so fast. I wasn't paying attention on those turns. Yes, anytime he cast that buff on himself, he insta-death. This is getting out of hand. Oh god. Something trying to attack Mev there? That's her stage 1 without the hat, which is blasphemy. The hat is awesome. Did she just get her hat blasted off? Did she just get blasted out of stage 2? Like, what's going on right now? Did someone throw cheese at her? I actually wish they would add the assassin that killed her, by the way. I think that would be cool. He's actually a pretty interesting character, because Mev killed his mother, so he has a really good reason to hate her. Mev's a terrible person, by the way. I like how people act like she's not when she objectively is in the real Legends and in Fate. Like, she does all that crazy war shit, murder nonsense. She's a warmongering rapist, right? It's not great. Yeah, they're probably never going to add the assassin that killed her. I think people would be like pissed if they did that or something. He's not exactly an assassin, but he'd be an assassin class, I'm sure. No, she's not a goddess in pre-Christianity myth. That's not how it works. People like that's stupid. Like it's not like there was one myth pre-Christianity, right? Like almost all of the stuff with Mev is all pre-Christianity. And yeah, you have like versions where random people are deities that normally aren't, but that's not like the standard at all. Yeah, literally all of like the Celtic stuff like that is all pre-Christianity. But a lot of it was also lost to time because most of it wasn't written down. It was just they passed it on verbally, and then you had Christianity come in and, you know, kill everyone that wanted to keep practicing that kind of stuff and blah 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 blah. You know, it's great. I mean, it's not really ironic that it's Catholic. That's kind of what you would expect considering what happened. You know, a lot of people like villains and stuff, and that's totally fine. It's just I see a lot of people like being Mev apologists that try to act like she's not a bad person, which is just nonsense. I like Yazan from Gundam, by the way, and a lot of you don't know who that is. But anyone that does know what Gundam is knows exactly what that is not a good person, right? Yazan is very you know, bloodthirsty maniac. But he's awesome. But I would also never argue that he's not so bad, right? No, he's a bad guy. He's a bad guy. I know, all the like you have to lose battles are so stupid. Boy, that looks like a near enemy. Very much so. Will it get its own model in game though? It didn't let me pick a team. It's gonna be, yeah, wow, it did get a model in game. That is a reskin to I think of like the zombie ghoul guys, I think. It's probably a twink, but we'll see. I don't know, they might just have a similar pose, so maybe they're completely unique. We'll find out. Still no third skill, man. They're just doing that so it's more hype when they're in the gacha, I think. Same for Oberim. They're just not gonna give them their third skills until they're rated up. I bet you Nasu did play Nier, because he likes a lot of, like, that kind of games and stuff. He likes FromSoft games and all that, and he got, like, you know, Automata, whatever the fuck, you know, the action one and stuff, so it's a big, you know, series and everything, so, and he's actually a gamer, you know, so I would imagine he's played it. One wave, 20 enemies, they do 2 effects on death and something every turn. That's pretty nasty. I think we'll wait 1 turn to do the battery stuff. Unless I just want the battery now, just for the sake of the battery. Probably should have cast that next turn. Not a lot of NP gain here. See you, red, press red. Alright, what are their attacks? That's those ghoul guys. They are modified a bit, but that's those ghoul guys. Whew, boy, he's already fucked up. I probably should have had him just NP last turn. We're gonna need some healing here. So they do, it looks like they do curse on whoever killed them. That's a problem. Oh my god! What? Man, debuff immunity. I should have had Da Vinci kill them because she had debuff immunity. I have a feeling they don't necessarily want you to win this, but I would like to get optimal with it, right? Because Da Vinci would have been really good, but I'm gonna like... Her debuff immunity is gonna wear off. I'm not even gonna take advantage of it, which really sucks. And she has no card! She could do the 5k, but of course she has no fucking card. Oh my fucking god. That's way worse than 500-year obsession. Yeah, oh my god, you get a dot from attacking them, and then you get a dot, 2 dots from killing them. Yeah, Da Vinci is the way to go here. Pretty obvious they don't want you to beat this, but I want to reset anyway, just because I want to do better than that. Yeah, a regular Arjuna would be amazing in that stage. Hero killed himself. He does that in a few bad endings. Yeah, Atlas would really help, but they don't let you. Why do these openings hands have to be so shitty? She'll get a bunch of dots here, but that's hopefully okay. Look at, she has magic resist. She only got 3 and we attacked 4 times. Give me NP. Only she removed debuffs. And her third skill's gonna have to be good. Oh boy, alright. Right, that gives you immunity. Let's see, how long? 1 turn. 2 turn. Okay, we have Muramasa then here. Pocket Servant, yeah. Right now, she's a lot like Hans, but I think Hans is just better than her. However, she doesn't have her third skill yet, so that could really change. Look at all that no effect. I love it. Look at this. A nice try, you dumb nerds. Get fucked. These have too much health for her, though. I don't, so her debuff immunity is probably gonna go to waste. I don't think she'll... Oh, you cowards! I'm not done yet. I got more gas. You cowards. I was ready for more. I guess we're gonna fight her, because it was Archer enemy. So this is probably a real fight. I bet you this is like the biggie for her anyway. This Barrel here though. She looks like she's really losing her mind since she lost to Castor Artoria. Like when they were 1v1, she didn't seem to take that very well. Okay, what do we want to go with? I kind of want to use Percival because he's new and he's cool and he's really relevant for a fight like this. So she has evade and invulnerability. Let's see where Ares matches up versus MP1, but I bet you everyone's foeing him but me. I'm the one that's probably gonna Grail him, and I got him in P2 and all that, and I have fucking foes for him. God damn it. Alright, I'll put up mine though. I wanna use some more Percival action. I mean, there's a lot of Art Lancers these days. Okay, there we go. Wasn't bringing up my support list. I almost want to give him something that gives him more health, because he's not Grailed right now, so he's not quite as tanky as I would like. What's his overcharge? It's probably the art up. Let's see. That's right, I already know how to spell Percival because I spell fucking history shit all the time. It is... Oh, the NP up right now, art up. Yeah, it only goes up by 5% though. I wouldn't do that. Poi. Yeah, I really want to find a good starting in PCE that then it will give him health or defense or something. That's a pretty rare style of starting in PCE though, but that'd be good for him. I just logged in though. Oh, you mean the dragon, right? I keep forgetting she's a Lancer. But I gotta do some Percival stuff. We'll get more of the new characters too, though. But you know, she's single target, and he's got Pearson Von. Oh my God! Go away! God, why the fuck? Yeah, no, 3 units that aren't mine. Great. Oh my God, why do they just fuck off? Like, that's such a large chunk of the team, and if you want to be budgety, you have to cycle units, right? So there's no not using them, really. Yeah, she's 110. Alright, let's see. She must be evil. Hold on. Let me see here. And he's got Pearson Vulnerability as well. So I like how the Type Moon Wiki lists their names as their actual names, and then the FGO Wiki doesn't because they're stupid. I guess you think it's a spoiler, but it's not. Like, it's so not. Like, Jesus Christ. She is Chaotic Evil. Yeah, I kind of figured. You know, if we have a Buster Servant, it wouldn't be that hard to Chin Gong one of them. It's kind of awkward, though, with me wanting to use Percival. Let's see here. She probably does that dot on attack thing. That's what she had before. Oh my God, I need to get my Asclepius' skills up. Alt account life? It's so strange that I do news stories on my alt account first, but it kind of works out that way. Hold up, let me God, this UI. Do I not have Lancer, Vlad Mats? What on earth would I be? What does he take? Wow, I don't have any. Oh. Yeah, that's why. Of course. Of course he takes hero proofs. Why wouldn't he take hero proofs? This was like the only account I didn't really play Nerofest on, and I should have, because it gave hero proofs. But I really had to catch up, like the newbie account and the 1 to 3 star account. I played the 1 to 3 star account a lot. Oh my god, this UI, dude! Oh my god, I have to go back again, because if I gotta at least use like basic command codes. Fuck this game, dude. So she had dots and invulnerability nonsense. Not really forgetful. It's like it's pretty normal to go back and forth and through menus in every game ever. And it's like, oh, let me do this real quick. That's completely normal. Like you open and close your bag in an RPG and shit. It's nothing remotely forgetful about it. It's just every other game has a UI that's not from 1995. Fucking PlayStation 1 over here. I haven't unlocked his fucking cards, Jesus. I unlocked 60 boxes and I'm already out of proofs. Yep, that sounds about right. That's true. I've seen UIs from like really old video games that have better UIs than this. However, that's not universally true by any means, and I've seen plenty that are completely atrocious. That might not be worth it. Maybe I just do the Pearson vulnerability. Assuming this account has it, it does. The debuff clear. Alright, who's got it? That makes sense. Why are Ushi's pants so ridiculous? They somehow cover nothing and yet are poofy and ridiculous. Like, how does... That takes some effort. Hey, Boob. I don't even... Thank you for the Twitch Prime. Yeah, I don't even. Anyway. Fashion. I mean, it doesn't... It might be fashion, but that doesn't mean it's good fashion. Oh my god, I got the nasty part. I don't try anymore. I don't try anymore. Look at you're look at these names. Look at these like get a fucking name, right? Look at you fuckers in chat with your just ape shit names. Jesus. I can't really talk though. Like mine's not actually green on Twitch. I don't think they'll let me name myself that, I don't think. I'm pretty sure that's why it's not, as I can't. Toxic. Insulting your viewers. They insult me all the time. Call me blind and stupid and late and all that. Alright, when do we actually want to NP with him, though? Probably pretty early. Tornako, yeah, there's that. We do no such thing. That is a lie. That is a lie. So, I just realized, New, you're here all the time, and I call you New all the time. Your name is New Woo. I never even realized that. I see what you did there. And you should be ashamed. to say. Alright, let's see. What am I doing here? Percival will probably die first, or Asclepius. The smart thing to do is that, but we'll try to delay the inevitable as long as possible here. She is single target. This is fine. We'll do that. That's good. Look all these pun-okos and pun-wows and shit. Alright, what do we got here? I'm guessing this is gonna be very bursty. So she's got apply effect on attack, probably dot for 5 turns, that's how she's been historically. Not exactly the opening hand I was hoping for. Do I cast? No, I wait to do Vlad Stargin. It would have been a good turn to do it, but I should have had Vlad taunt, then Percival taunt, but too late now. I still got the anti-ruler stuff on Percival. Like, all of her other shoes are pretty normal, honestly, but her stage 2 shoes are just insane. And they're not shoes! It's stilts! It's so random. I'm telling you, this design will never not annoy me because it's so obvious when they designed it. They weren't even trying to make it fit the character. They were just like, let's do something weird, right? Like, it's not shoes. It's just stilts. It's just so fucking random. Okay, well, we got a bit blasted there. We're gonna do this. I don't actually want to do his 3rd skill yet, so let's do that. Okay, now we got some debuff resist, although not as much as I would like because we're not ranked up. I do not want to do my NP seal yet because we want to block the first one. Could NP right now with Percival, but I think I want to wait just a moment here. Trying to get Vlad's NP, but that's not really working. The issue is his art card's in the 3rd hand, so I won't be able to NP until the 4th hand, so that's pretty... Yikes. That was a lot of NP refund, though. Yeah, I should have had Vlad taunt on turn 1, because he could have healed it back immediately, and then he'd have his NP from getting hit. That'd have been way better. I didn't guard, even though I have debuff resistance up and all that, I didn't guard a single dot. Oh, fuck it, wasting the battery. I've played this so wrong. Kinda want to get rid of these now, but maybe I wait just a little bit. No, I'll get rid of them now. Although, I could see there being more debuffs when we break. Good music. Yeah, if I do this again on turn 1, I'll taunt with Vlad, and then after that you taunt with Percival. And that actually lines up really well. Look at her! She thinks that's gonna save her when it's fucking Vlad. Now what's really cool is Percival's invulnerability is targeted, so I can totally put it on Vlad if I want to. But I'll be better off doing this and saving it for himself later. Nah, we could just use this one on him later. Although the heal would go to waste. I don't really want to waste the heal. Well, I'm definitely doing this. I don't think I cast Vlad's NP up because I don't think he needs it. Like, she's evil, so I'm gonna foobar her anyway. Yeah, I'll save it. Maybe I shouldn't have, though, because I could Atlas and bring it back. Self-call. This is definitely the music you would expect me to use in a video for Vlad, right? Like extra Vlad beating up the big boss, right? And you get all this like heroic music, totally fitting, right? And he's totally the teenage hero type, right? You know, save the day, sunshine and rainbows. He is a hero, just not quite of that style. Unremovable debuffs there. Massive bonus damage from dots, but you can remove the dots. So I should have cast his protection for faith to not, because it doesn't matter that you can't stop the curse up, you want to stop the curse. So that's unfortunate. But when you don't know the gimmicks, you don't know the gimmicks. He almost refunded with that. Did she guard that? Or did she, because he's got item construction EX. Or is she just immune to NP seal or something? Like some under the hood boss gimmick? Because her odds of guarding that are terrible. Although she does have magic resist EX, but still, he has item construction EX, so if she guarded it, the odds of that are fucking trash. Thanks, game. Can remove some of the debuffs. I don't think she really deserves magic resist EX. That's kind of ridiculous. 6,000. Let's see. She's about to have a really bad time. If only my Asclepius was more leveled, I could do the cooldown reduction to have him heal Percival, but because he's 5'10", he can't do that. Damn. Oh wow, it killed him too, Jesus. This setup could have done really well here, I just wasn't ready for like what the gimmicks were. We'll still win, but I could have done that. That setup could have been super smooth if I had just known what was going on. Because we had a lot of the tools that we needed, we just didn't use them right. Cast this right now for the debuff resistance. Pretty much win as soon as we get our NP. I'm not sure this is video worthy. It's close. I mean, you can have a fun little setup for sure. It's just this is definitely easier than Dog Juna, excuse me. Look, we're just getting terrible RNG with our like resistances and stuff. Oh my god, he doesn't have sure hit because he's not regular Q, but she only has the one hit of 8, that's fine. That's so dumb though. Proto Q life, man. Yeah, this is all, even with me like not playing well and not knowing the gimmicks, this is way easier than Dog Juna. I might make it a video just to kind of, you know, landmark it, but yeah, it's not a particularly great stage. She didn't die there, she retreated, so we might fight her again later. Yeah, it is possible that she has over 100% chance, but I don't know. She's having a good time. Weird that she showed up without barrel. I wonder if she flew off the handle or something. Hey man, it's an old account. What do you want? Oh, see you, Red. What the hell is going on? Just like teleport or something? Or did she like teleport us into like something? Looks like she like did something and pieced out though. She sent us to Brazil. Okay, barrel stuff. Get him, indeed. If we get to fight him or his servant or whatever, and like a, you know, where it really matters, I'm going to use Canis for the video, regardless of what class the situation. Although if it's Sith, then she's Archer, so easy. By the way, Ku would be able to solo that Sith fight so easily. He has sure hit, and he just removes the debuffs. You can't remove the curse up, but he'll remove all of the curses themselves. It'd be so easy for him to solo that. Like, it's nothing. And she'll give him his NP super fast because her hit count is high. And you can remove debuffs, then Atlas, clear, and cooldown reduction, and then use Ku's skill again, and then the fight's over. It only has 2 health bars, right? It's like big nothing. Oh yeah, Cancer Tori is fine. I'm not even. This is why plot armor is bad. I'm not even remotely worried for her. Like it's still be completely fine. Like a lot of other people in this story, I think could die at any moment for sure. But no matter what happens to her, she's gonna be completely fine until the very end of like the next part entirely. Like there's nothing bad's gonna happen. There's been other times I think she's like getting memories and stuff with normal history, but I don't think that's what's going on right now at all. Okay, this must be before we race shifted, because Tristan was still alive, and this is like Chaldia or some shit, so... Yeah, I saw the taunt thing. Tried to do it to George, but he already had taunt up. Yep. Yeah, if you have taunt, they try to target the one that has taunt, so... Yeah, I saw that at the end. Isn't he... yeah, this is clearly before Lostbelt 6, but I wonder, like, how far before... And there's also going to be Meanwhile after the Tristan stuff, but I don't think this must be before, because I know Sherlock wasn't able to raise shift, but it feels like the Master was shown to be here, and Tristan, I'm pretty sure it's before. Kind of weird that Castoria is seeing that of all things. Guessing this is back in the present. Maybe not. Somebody call Edmund, man. I don't think we're dreaming, I think Castor Artoria is. I think this is from her perspective. That was Guadia. That was demon form Guadia. I really want to know why she saw that. Obviously, that's not like demon form Guadia from like now. That was, you know, it's black and white and stuff, so it's like the past. But I was gonna wrap up soon, but I want to do a little more, see what's going on here. Guadia was in the story a little bit, but not a lot, and I think he just left the singularity entirely. The Oberon is certainly suspicious, but I don't know if that means he's going to be an antagonist or anything, but there's some weird stuff going on. Hey! Haven't seen him in a while. He's got the cool suit. Alright. Looks like there's a force support. Of course. I almost want to use Edmund just because it's thematic. You know what? We're gonna use Edmund because yeah, that's perfect for what we were just talking about. And also Ares Edmund is just like wow. So fucking faux pas and everything. And Edmund without Scatty, or specifically double Scatty, is not OP at all. Like not in the slightest. We haven't used 100 Face much. Imagine using characters that you like in the main story. Let's go Bond CE Achilles. That like never happens. Look at this chat. I'm using a bunch of units that I like and I think have fun gameplay. And I'm doing it in the main story. Who would do such a thing? Pawn CE Carrot. Wait, is Ari here? Got him NP5 on NA recently? Nice. Ari, have you been lurking by chance? Dude, I hope... Maybe. I hope Edmund gets his moment in the story. People are saying he's being overused. I think that's so ridiculous. Like, I think that's just so fucking ridiculous. He's barely used at all, and he's just kind of in the background. He's helpful. Like, he's big help, but he don't really get to do anything. You know, I want him to actually get to finally show up, like, fully and beat someone's ass, right? Like, even if he doesn't get to be in, like, the story a lot, like, imagine you get all these different bad guys. Like, now, obviously, it wouldn't be these bad guys, but I'm gonna use them as an example for, like, their power structure, right? So you got Morgan and all these other, like, leaders of the clans and then the Celtic god and all this stuff. So you have one of like the really big bad guys, but maybe the side one, not like the main one or whatever, but a really big one. And sometimes the side ones are more powerful than the end one anyway, it just depends. And just have Edmund, you know, get to show up and just, you know, blow them out of the fucking water and then, you know, have up some character stuff here and there, and then that's that. That'd be great, man. Give me some Edmund hype. I like how in the Solomon event, everyone else has to team up, for the most, not everyone, but most of the servants have to team up to kill a demon god. And Edmund just solos one. He's like, yeah, fuck it. These mobs were in that event a while ago, and I remember I said I thought they were going to use them later down the line in the main story. The what Vertra, the Vertra event had these guys. They were like green there though, which was superior. I have a feeling we're going to see these in Lostbelt 7. I mean, we have no idea what they're going to do, but I could see them being in there quite a bit. But we shall see. Alright, let's do this. Might look weird to do this, but play the long game. It's only a 5-turn cooldown. His animation update was really good. Like, it's nice. Why did I not use Hans's second skill? Okay, bap, bap, bap. Like, look at that. He's actually one of the animation updates I was most satisfied with because his original animations were really cool. They were just kind of, you know, old in their implementation and his sprite quality and stuff, but all the choreography on them was awesome. And I was worried they'd fuck that up, but they stuck pretty true to them, but made them look better, just straight up. And they also got rid of, like, repetitive aspects of it. Like, you know, if he wouldn't do the same animation twice, now he has some new animations. That was really good. He's got one of my favorite NPs in the game. So I did that Hans chain trying to get NP and it didn't quite work, so I should have done Art Buster quick then. 98%, really? I hate when this happens, man. Okay, well he'll get it there. I'm over here stalling. Yep, I wish Okita's was better. She has 2 animation updates and they were both bad. Land the attack up, please. I didn't use Edmund's first skill, so it's not going to be that much damage. Got the attack up. I definitely think Ort is in Lostbelt 7. There's just so much pointing to that. And they even said in Lostbelt 5, like they call it the ultimate one of the Ort cloud. That it's Ort. I mean, come on. Everyone thinks he's type Mercury to this day. I see so many people that are just so convinced he's type Mercury. Even though the original work did nothing but cast doubt on that he was type Mercury. It's so strange how people think he's type Mercury and that with that everything like with it they cast doubt on it, right? Like that's just strange. Anyway, I think they just changed the spelling, right? Like they just, you know, they spelled Medusa like some crazy shit back in the day. And they've never known how to spell Artoria or Arthur correctly. So I think they just messed up the Ort cloud back in the day. I think that's all there is. That's it? All that build up and this is it? I have like too much value now. You saddened me, game. I was playing like the long game there, now it doesn't matter. $40K, not bad. Yeah, Medusa, USA, yeah. Can she kill? She got the defense down. I think she has her art up. I wasn't really paying attention. Yeah, she does. Oh, yeah, plenty of overkill on that one. Look, we made 46 stars, and then Edmund has his star bomb that we never needed. So we're in some random ass cave right now. I'm guessing, see, IKEA Cobb? Akea Cobb, have a good night, man. As I butcher your name in your nightmares, but I'm guessing Beryl sent Sith to do the thing that she did that's resulted in all this nonsense. And this is like a flashback for Beryl, I guess. Don't know why we're seeing that. Almost right. Fair enough. Or close enough. So that, in the flashback, that was normal Morgan. So is that not though the Morgan that's here now? Like the one is here because when I've seen from her bio, she is absolutely not the human. They just straight up say it. She is not the human history Morgan. So there was. So wait, have we been robbed? Was normal Morgan here at some point and she's not now? Good God. Yes, fucking Christ, dude. Of course. God. So normal Morgan was Beryl's servant, and the normal Morgan is gone or dead or somewhere else or turned into a power source or whatever the fuck. And now we've got Lostbelt Morgan, who's just completely different character-wise. I don't think they're giving us normal Morgan as a playable character. Chat, we don't get Lancer Vlad because we have Lancer Vlad at home. Berserker Vlad, right? So if they're not doing it. They look almost the same, right? There's only minor design differences between them. There's just no way. There's just, if they ever gave us a different Morgan, they'd give us Summer Lostbelt Morgan. Right? Like they'll do that, or they'll do, you know, Lancer Lostbelt Morgan. There's no way they're doing totally proper normal Morgan. They should, and it's so bullshit that they don't. We fucking have Artoria Alter, Artoria Lily, Summer Artoria, you know, Maid Alter Artoria, but we can't get, you know, just normal fucking Morgan, right? It's ridiculous. She gave her memories to the Lostbelt Morgan, and I'm guessing that's how the Lostbelt Morgan decided to do all the nonsense throughout the timeline that she's done. Like, that's just, if you look through Fate's history, if it's not Artoria, they don't add two versions of a character that are really similar, right? Like, they look for reasons to drastically change their clothes or their class, right? You know, it's pretty much, and the only reason Artoria's like that is because all of her other versions were made before FGO. Otherwise, Saber Lily would be a fucking writer or some crap, right? And it would have a really different design, and Saber Alter would be like a Lancer and blah, blah, blah. You know, they're gonna find reasons to make things different. And even if they have to pull it out of their ass, if the established lore says they're similar, they're just not going to use the normal version then. Like, oh, Galahad's a Lancer now for some reason. Can't have him be a shielder like Mash now. You know, it's that kind of thing. It's like if we got Saber Kojiro, they're going to find a reason to change his design a bunch. Vivian and Morgan are not always the same. Depends. That stuff's all over the place. It's just like the history of Caliburn and Excalibur is all super convoluted and nonsense. So basically, this singularity was supposed to be in 2017, but then Morgan like sent, you know, her memories or whatever back in time, and so they had way more time to change what was actually going on, and then ultra fucking changed. So I guess it was originally kind of just a regular, you know, divergence, you know, in 2017. It wasn't anything too crazy, and then they made it fucking batshit insane. I could see that lost. I could totally see that. Okay, it's only 5 AP, so this is probably like preview fight or whatever. At least the story's not a fucking joke anymore. Like, I mean, we're starting to get some boss fights and stuff. I mean, this is still a far cry from like a good Singularity. I mean, like 5-2 blows us out of the fucking water. Lostbelt 3 blows us out of the water. But it's definitely better. Like, I was really not enjoying it earlier, but it's much better now. The story is still kind of just whack nonsense, but I'm hopeful that people say they think there's going to be a second, you know, Singularity later, like a 5-1, 5-2 situation, because that gives us a second chance at some characters and cool shit, because this was so disappointing to me. And, you know, I don't want to just move on to Lostbelt 7 and miss out on the opportunity of a lot of cool stuff. Now, what I don't want, though, is a fucking Lostbelt 6.5, where it's like Vinch's thing, just like with Limbo. I feel like Limbo and Vinch are like, if they use them both like that, they're just filler horseshit to arbitrarily elongate the story. Like, I really don't like how they did Limbo's, getting a whole Singularity like that. That was just a waste of time. And if they do that for Vinch too, I just think that's lame. And it's just like, let's make it take 8 years to get to fucking Lostbelt 7. When I saw, I don't think there will be a 6-2. Well, I don't know. I haven't gotten to the end yet, and I haven't looked up what happens, but everyone is saying they think there is a 6-2. But, I mean, they could be wrong. We'll see. I definitely think there's a 6.5, though, with Vinch. I think that's so likely, and I think I'm going to hate it, but... well, I guess we'll know when we get the time gate. How much longer is on the time gate? I don't remember. But whenever that's up, that's probably we'll figure out if the next thing is going to be 6.5 or whatever, or if it's a 6-2. The time gate ends on August 4th. That is so far away. Oh my fucking god. Why are they like this? Ugh. Anyway, let's see. What do we want to do here? Get some Gwen action. No command codes. Big oof. Wait a month to wait a month, yep. And in terms of there's a lot of text, but that doesn't mean anything, right? The actual content is pretty minimal. It's not and honestly, I looked at the text, they're all exaggerating so much. Lostbelt 6 is basically the text of Lostbelt 5.1 and 5.2 together. That's it. Like, that doesn't justify all this insane time gating and nonsense. And as far as I can tell, all of the script is already done. The time gating has nothing to do with the script not being ready, right? And if it was, that's even stupider. There is no world where you should be managing your product where your fucking script is not done until like days before it needs to be. That's ridiculous. And I absolutely do not believe that's the case. I'm sure the script was done a long time ago. This time gating stuff is just arbitrary nonsense for like buying themselves time and hype, and that's fine to an extent. I don't mind them, having some minor time gates. It's actually kind of smoother for a content creator's perspective, and it kind of keeps the player base on the same page and stuff. So minor time, like a week time gate, that's fine. A few days here and there, that's fine. I actually think like if these 2 time gates we have, if both of these time gates were 1 week, maybe even a week and a half, that would have been totally fine. If anything, I'd be happy about it. But one being a month and one being almost a month, that's ridiculous. I mean, again, it's not like, it'd be one thing if they needed a month to put out like a huge amount of content, but that's not what's happening. Like, it's just, they're artificially slicing it up to drag it out and to, not have to put out, an event or anything else, and they're trying to like buy themselves time. And I get, if they need to buy themselves time because they have 7 people on staff, I get it. But there's way better ways to buy time than this. Like put out, make the time gates a week, and then a week, and then it'd been done by now, and then do a main interlude, or do a rerun, because those things don't take any work. it's insane that we haven't had more main interludes anyway, right? I'd much rather this come out in a more natural form and just not be so artificially dragged out, and then get main interludes when waiting. Because main interludes are really useful because in a way they're permanent content down the road and for new players, and it can give them a chance to give us rewards that people missed in the past. It can really fix up a lot of holes with like people's rosters and stuff. So they're really good, right? I think main interludes are awesome, and if you don't want to do them, you don't have to. But they're not going anywhere, right? You can do main interludes at any time. If you're like, man, I'm not in the mood to play some old grindy event, or I didn't really like that story, but you might be like, but I don't want to miss out. But oh, I don't have to miss out because it's here forever, right? So main interludes are one of the best ways for the game to kill time, because some people want dead weeks and they want some time off to play other games or just relax or see their wife or whatever. But so then they can still do that and just not play the main interlude and then play it later. You get the option to have a complete dead week or not, and you have something to do if you don't want a complete dead week, right? That's a much better way than this nonsense. There's an interview, it's not a rumor, it's not a leak from an employee. There's an interview where they're just fucking asked how many people are like working on, game development system side and that kind of thing. Oh yeah, no, I didn't want to play the game. It's fine. I actually didn't want to play the game. It's no problem. Anyway, yeah, they were asked in an interview, and they just straight up said they have 7 fucking people that work on, the actual game stuff. And what scares me is that interview is in 2019, and then after 2019 is when we had that guy that proved that he worked for DW say that they pulled people off of FGO to work on Sakura Wars. So they potentially have less than 7. And look at it, I'm not on crazy pills. If you look at like the release of content and new like enemy types and like stuff that takes like the dev work, not Type Moon work, not voice acting work, stuff that takes dev work, we have had way less of that over the last year and a half. We've had way fucking less of it. That is just so obvious, right? So it's clearly affecting them. So that makes me think they did pull people off of, FGO and stuff, and that's why it's like this. Yeah, let me just stop streaming and go search for a link for like, 5 minutes. That's how you have good stream content. So I like how you can't even remove these. These are unremovable, so we can't do anything. I wonder if you, I guess you just have to get beat on for a few turns, so I guess where a back row would come in handy. This is kind of a dumb gimmick, by the way. Like, this is not... If you want to make something hard, this is not really the way to do it. I don't need to say anything. I don't need to say anything. Great gameplay. That was so worth the time and the AP. Also murder him. Okay, what's going on? Shaking intensifies. Does anyone else feel like just now we're getting really meaningful story events and like so much of the other stuff was just filler garbage? Like, oh, the story's so long, guys, and it's just a whole bunch of fluff nonsense that I don't give a fuck about. Like so much of the stuff we've been doing is just irrelevant. Like, the stuff with MASH was a real thing, right? And the dragon stuff was a real thing, and some of the interactions with the knights, but that's it! That kind of, like, I'm sorry, that does not require the amount of time that we've had, right? Like, there's been major story with, like, the knights and MASH and the dragon corpse and all that, but, like, if you compare that to what actually happens in the other Lostbelts, that is, you do not need the amount of nonsense we've been doing to tell those story beats. That's not good storytelling. The amount of because I've been reading the translations and stuff, and it's like the amount of story that's relevant and meaningful compared to the amount of time that's happening is just, it's stupid, right? It's just fluff. There's so much fluff. The actual story that's there is fine, but we don't need all this other nonsense, like, at all. There's so much bullshit in this. And the writing is obviously better, but like it feels a lot like the early FGO stories, where these come all these excuses to make you fight stupid shit that don't matter, instead of actually getting to the stuff that does matter. I mean, we have fought so much fucking trash in this fucking story. That's... I don't care if some people enjoy fluff. You can say that about anything. Some people enjoy getting punched in the face. That doesn't mean you go outside and punch someone in the face. That doesn't mean anything. It's like, anytime you criticize anything, well, someone can say, well, someone might like it. Okay, that doesn't defend, you know, poor pacing or unnecessary stuff. That doesn't mean anything. Because it's not like you actually need this much time to establish the events and the characterization that's happening, right? Because when I compare it to like just Lostbelt 1, Lostbelt 4, or Lostbelt 5, I do not think for 1 second that they are like exceeding those stories at their ability to like characterize the characters and build up the events and stuff. At all, right? I'm not saying that this story, like a lot of like if you like the characters, you like their character arcs and stuff, a lot of that's going to be subjective, obviously. So I'm not talking about that, right? Like, you might think the character arcs and characterization, this is better than the stuff with, like, Arjuna and Karna and all that from Lostbelt 4. But that doesn't mean that this stuff requires more time to do that stuff, right? Length means nothing, right? Some stories, you know, it's good for them to be long, like The Godfather or something, and then in some stories it's actively bad for them to be long, right? So it's not like there's no universal standard for how long a story should be, right? It's specific to the story at hand, right? And I don't see anything about this story that requires it to be this fucking long. It's just so much fucking fluff. And like, you know, if you say, oh, I like the extra time for the character interactions and stuff, that's one thing. But just saying, oh, but some people like fluff, that's no defense for an unnecessarily drawn out story. Because honestly, I think Lostbelt 4... Now, I haven't read, like, the translations for the last chunk of chapters we've done today and stuff, but so far, I think Lostbelt 4, story and character-wise, is better than this one. I think Lostbelt 1, story and character-wise, is better than this one. And I think Lostbelt 5-2 is better than this one. And they're all paced well, right? They don't drag shit out and make you go on a bunch of side errands that don't actually matter. It's like, I guarantee you if this was an anime, a lot of this side shit we've been doing would be cut out. You know, some of it is necessary, like the match stuff and that kind of thing, but a lot of this side shit would absolutely get cut out. It's like loads of the Babylonia, because I feel the same way about Babylonia. I mean, Babylonia is cool. I like Tiamat and Gilgamesh and all that, but Babylonia was full of so much bullshit, just stuff that was just padding. You had that stuff with the Shadow Shepherd and all that. I mean, God, and all of that got cut from the anime, which is completely not surprising because it was so unnecessary. It had nothing to do with the characterization of the characters, the character arcs, the story events. It meant nothing. It was just excuses to have filler bullshit. And like, really, this reminds me of Babylonia. It really does, because even though there are things in Babylonia I like, I think Tiamat's cool and her background's cool and the interactions with, you know, history and stuff are cool, and same with Gilgamesh, and seeing Gilgamesh in that context is cool, and all this with Leonidas. There's a lot of stuff I like in Babylonia, but it's paced like ass. I mean, it's absolutely paced like ass. It has so much unnecessary fluff. And again, I'm all for having, you know, scenes where characters just talk to each other. It's like, oh my god, the ceiling's falling down. Not every scene needs to have, you know, action and shit progressing. It's actually an important part of a story to have time where, you know, characters are just, you know, interacting. You know, Fate Zero has plenty of that. But Fate Zero it finds the right balance, right? And there's a difference between fluff and characterization. That's not, you know, I don't count characterization and character interact. Like that scene between Mozart and Nash and fucking Orleans, of all things, that's not fluff. That was important characterization for both of those characters, and that's one of the only good scenes from early FGO, right? That's not fluff, that's important, and having time for scenes like that is good. But there's so much like side quest bullshit in this story that is not that at all. It's not like, oh, we're having a big character moment here. It's just an excuse to have you, you know, fight some stupid side enemies. Like we fought that fucking Lobo represented some like fairy chieftain that died a long time. It's just irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant. It's just filler. And again, exactly like Babylonia. Babylonia had you fight all kinds of stupid shit like that. That's why you fight fucking Shadow David in Babylonia, and big surprise, that's not in the anime. I wonder why. And, you know, I kind of wonder if it's Nasu, because Nasu wrote most of this, and I know Nasu wrote most of Babylonia, and they feel very similar to me with all the... The difference is Babylonia, subjectively, I like a lot of aspects of it, right? Just because I like Tiamat and Gilgamesh and Babylonian stuff. But objectively, I think it is paced like absolute garbage. I think it's paced absolutely like garbage. But I overall at least can enjoy it to an extent just because I do like some of the stuff subjectively. Here, subjectively, I don't really like this place at all. Now that's just on me. You know, it's not there's anything wrong with the characters or anything. It's just I don't like the setting and everything. It's purely on me. Nothing, you know, about that at all. But then I think the just like Babylonia, I think it has massive pacing issues and it's just full of filler garbage. You know, and there is, you know, obviously big story beats and things that do need to be there and character actions that do need to be there. Absolutely. It's not like every part of the story is filler garbage, but there is also a lot of filler garbage. The hell is going on right now? Yeah, okay, well that's... I was gonna say I was expecting something to be up with him, where we couldn't just kill him, but, not exactly what I, was expecting. I wonder if this is a recent development for him, or if, he's been like this the whole time. I don't think he's been like this the whole time, because he probably would have done something like this, like, when he's fighting Wadim. Oh my god, that's why he had a character sprite, is because they actually wanted it for Beryl. That's why that guy got it. He wouldn't have gotten a character sprite if it wasn't for that. Now, I want to know, though, if he just happens to be like some kind of fairy werewolf thing or whatever, and the sprite just looks the same because, you know, you might as well use the sprite twice, you know, save money and stuff. Or if he, like, took power from that one guy and that's why he killed him and that's why he looks really similar. He ate Dog Juna. Yeah, I had a feeling that might be the case because I felt like if he had just been a werewolf this whole time, he would have done that against Wadim. So yeah, and because he looked so much like Dog Juna, that makes sense. I had a feeling that just made sense because that's why they would have killed him earlier and everything. So that makes sense. He has magic that allows him to eat things and take their power. Man, that could be so broken. Like, if you're in a Grail war and you eat a servant and you eat another servant and you eat another servant, right? That could get so out of hand. I'll use Canis on my main account. We'll save it for that, assuming this is a real fight. I'm kind of worried this isn't going to be a real fight. This will be tough, though, because if I try to do this with Canis, I need to be counterclassing. I can't, because you only get these 3 units. But we'll see how hard the fight is, because Canis is a pretty good unit. So even in this context, I could probably make it work. I have a feeling, though, this isn't the big fight with Beryl, but I probably would use Canis anyway. But I have a feeling this isn't like the big one, because I think the big one, they'll give you a full team. I don't really expect them to do it this way otherwise. I kind of want to try Ushi just to see if, like, a player that's in like... You know, this is the one rider you can guarantee anybody has at this point. And so I want to, and it's not Grailed or any of that. I want to see if she can just do it. If that's like, that seems like kind of fair. Although it is, no, it's Beryl. Fuck that, it's Beryl. We murder this man. And Achilles is cool, right? Who would not want to watch an anime, right, where Achilles beats the shit out of Beryl, right? I'm down for that. I will say, though, I'm criticizing the fuck out of this Lostbelt, but there are some things I do like about it. Like, I actually think Beryl's a good antagonist. Absolutely. And some of the interactions with the Fey Knights are interesting and whatnot. They're not really my cup of tea, but, like, it's not that bad. The thing is, oh, hey! I'll take that. That's cool. Alright, so we got 3 health bars. He's got the same gimmicks. He's literally the same boss, it looks like. I wonder if he does the regeneration stuff. Because we don't have Percival here to remove these buffs. So it's mental debuff immunity, 100% chance to crit, and then he heals for 30,000 and has damage resist. I might need a single target unit then. We're gonna need some actual punch here. So we've got evade. Kind of on the wrong unit though. Let's see, what is the play here? Well, like, okay, to go back to my point though about like the story, it's like going to the dragon skeleton, that was not fluff, right? But then on the way there, you fight all these bullshit ghosts and blah blah blah, you know, and not just a few, so many. It's just nonsense, right? Like they just so much like side questy, and all the stories have that to an extent. But this one has had a lot of that, where you just go on these little, and some of this like fetch quests and stuff you've gone on the side really don't matter, and would absolutely be cut out of a manga or an anime. And that's a huge black mark, because that means that like if they're trying to have a nice coherent storytelling experience, they don't think it should be there, right? Especially like if you cut it from a manga, right? And so much of this would be cut out of a manga, right? Like that's why them bragging about the big script, I just think is horseshit. You know, it's horseshit. Right? It's like if it's a big script and it's paced like a proper manga or visual novel or anime, then sure, okay, you know, big epic story. But it's not, right? It's not paced like that. I'm trying to think if I want a battery right off the bat. Well, I kind of want to know, okay, I want Achilles to NP, but not until he has face cards, and he has 0 face cards here. But that means I'm guaranteed to at least get 2 cards, and I can do a Brave Chain soon. What do I do in the meantime? I really wish Mash had gotten the evade. I also wish I didn't bring Atlas, because I want an attack up. We're gonna need damage. Thought about using Mash's 3rd skill, and honestly, because the evade lingers, I probably should have. Yeah, I should have 3rd skilled and invulnerability. Oh yeah, and he does that debuff. He doesn't heal as much. Other guy healed for 30k, he's healing for 10. Do I want to Brave Chain, or do I want to do Mash's attack up? I think I want to Brave Chain. Yeah, he gives you evade and then he gives you, he gets Shuriya. That is actually funny. I think he had to cast it though, so he lost a turn. Give us defense down there though, that's useful. I'm so glad we get to fight Beryl, though, because it's so much more satisfying to murder him and not murder his servant, right? Yikes. Let's see, he has invulnerability still, and he's got all this defensive and stuff, so I don't think I need to cast anything on him. I kind of want to use their stuff, but this is such a good NP game turn. Oh, I think I can make this work with Canis. The only thing that's going to be hard is I can't control their CEs. I'd want them to have like 2030 or Star Bomb or that kind of thing, where I can't do that. But I think I'll be able to make this work with Canis. Although there might be another fight with him like right after that's a bit more meaningful. So if so, we would skip this one and make the video of the next one. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting she does that. Get him! I'm expecting this one to end after one health bar. It just, because you have 3 units and the way it's paced, I don't remember how much AP it cost, but I have a feeling this is like the preview one. I don't know though, maybe they want to do something crazy. It was 25 AP, oh shit. We're gonna, we might need to take this a bit more seriously than... 322. Double sure. Ah, now it's over. Yeah, well, I'm surprised it costs 25 AP then. So that's not the big fight with him then. There'll be another one. See, I'm interested now. What's going on now? This is. Wonder if he can only be in that form for a while, or if he's like fucking off or whatever. Man, don't let... If he's this powerful now, we just gank him. Well, that didn't seem to work. Or not? What? Is... that's... EXE failed to load? What's going on here? That didn't look right. What the fuck? Please no die. What is going on right now? Okay, I know I've been streaming for almost 6 hours, but we cannot stop here. Don't kill our boy now. Yeah, if we could like get off our ass and, you know, help the man, that would be great. Is this a flashback? I'm confused. Did he like infect Beryl with this purple stuff that we were having issues with earlier? Because like they showed that these guys were like super fucked up earlier and we couldn't attack them. Did he like somehow do that on him or something? So he got cursed and then he transferred it to Beryl. Please don't die. He's so gonna die. Get Asclepius in here. God damn it. Stop killing all the cool cryptors. Seriously, can we like, you know, do literally anything? That would be great. Take Caddock instead. I swear, dude, like after Wadim dying, like he can't die, man. That would suck so much. Castoria, why don't you heal like Merlin? I know, right? Okay, so we still only get 1 unit. I'm guessing he's gonna be weaker though. All right, we gotta deal with this man, and this is a good unit for that. Man, it'd be so cool if he could live like to the very end, right? Like that's definitely a character that deserves that, but not looking good, man. 300k. He's cursed and he lost his gimmicks. I wonder how big of a curse it is. You know, I could have Black Grailed and done his battery. Oh, look at our opening hand. Here, let's turn the in-game music on. this is pretty much normal music right now. Yeah, no, totally, dude. Every turn I play the exact same way every time, right? Like, I just universally will never look at my hand ever, right? It's not like, due to the setup I'm using, my hand barely matters because I know I'm going to use my NP and use my battery skills no matter what my hand is. That couldn't possibly be the reason. It's not like you know, take things case by case. Jesus Christ. It's like, with this team, it doesn't matter what my hand is. So obviously I'm not really paying attention to my hand. Where if I'm doing like some 1 to 3 star setup and it's a really hard boss fight, then yeah, of course I'm gonna pay attention. Like, Jesus Christ. You do your skills before looking at the hand? Yeah, I wonder. Dude has 5,000 life left. Kind of a... I wonder, I almost want to overcharge. I have a feeling something bad will happen when you break his health bar. Even though he's supposed to be like fucked up and you murder him here. I suspect something bad is going to happen. I kind of want to overcharge Castor Tori, even though it's massive wasted damage. But we'll just do her regular one and see what happens here. I'd like to get Mash's NP.
あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても、私は星を探すのです。さあ。
Dude, so many things in this story. We've broken a health bar and then they fucking NP us. Right? That's happened so many times. Like that Shadow Arthur and Burgess, right? They've done that so many times. So, you know. Okay, he got an attack up, apply something on attack, and crit damage up. Not as nasty as it could have been, really. I think they want it to be kind of straightforward here because they're kind of representing that he's nerfed. Dude, I hate when I play a new game. It's like that whole mindset where you like ask a question, but you're not asking a question. You're being a fucking asshole. It's like you're playing a new game. It sounds like, why aren't you using this X mechanic that you couldn't possibly know about? Question mark, right? It's so stupid. It's like, fuck off. That was such a thing I remember with Monster Hunter. It's like, why aren't you using blah 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 there? It's like, I've been playing this game for 5 minutes, dude. You know, another thing that really annoys me is when someone you don't know and you have no trust in and you don't care about and you don't value their opinion tells you how you should feel, right? They tell you to, you know, calm down, dude. Like they're the arbiter of your emotions. That's great too. Imagine walking up to someone on the street and just be like, yo, be happy. Right now, be happy. Right? You walk up in the street, it's like, no, you be mad. No, you don't be mad. Like, it's stupid. Alright, let's see if we can save our boy here. I have a feeling we're not going to, but, is he running off? I'm surprised he was able to run off all things. Oh my god, he's gonna die, isn't he? We didn't even kill Beryl. He literally just walked away. Feels bad, man. I'd like to remind everyone that Kodamine is actually really good at healing magic. He's like naturally good at it. It's the one school of magic he just happens to be naturally like had an affinity for, where we're a Magus that's pretty much bad at all schools of magic. So it's like, oh great. He's like decent at like all schools of magic, but he has mastered like none. That's Kotomine's thing. But out of all the things that he's learned, the only one that he's really good at is healing. He just happens to have a natural knack for it. It's pretty ironic, and then they did that on purpose. But he's like dabbled in all forms of magecraft, really. Are they gonna do the whole collapse thing? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's gonna die. God damn it. This isn't looking good. I'm assuming this is like a flashback of like his life or something. Man, if there was like one side character that I really wanted to live to the end, it was definitely him. Oh, that sucks. Now I want to murder Beryl even more. God damn it. Oh, I was so hoping he'd get to kill Beryl. Although I have a feeling his curse will result in that. Technically, we didn't see him die there, right? So you never know. But I'm pretty sure that, you know, rune cave-ins don't always result in actual death, but, fuck, man. Why do they always gotta kill the good ones? You know, I think a lot of people would be happy with a lot of the cryptors being playable, but I do wonder when the Lost Belts are over, like what's going to happen to the timeline and like what will happen to the cryptors and stuff. I'm really curious about that, so we'll see. Like the FGO timeline is such a mess, so I'm obviously there's gonna be some kind of big fancy ending, right? So and the Earth's not gonna be, you know, fucked by the end of it, clearly. But what happens to a lot of the individual characters when things go back to quote unquote normal, not really clear, so. We had a B team, another 7 cryptors. Yeah, I don't know about that. I feel like we're getting near the end. I wonder if Beryl is gonna die before the time gate. I'm assuming he's still cursed, although, you know, now that he got away, he might be able to try to find ways to remove the curse. We really missed our opportunity there. I tell you, I know my regulars already know this, but I just cannot stand people like that. That like go to people's streams and they don't even know them. Like, you know, I'm literally famous for like, you know, how I am, right? And like most of my viewers are enjoy that, and you know, sometimes I play that up and whatnot. But like, I just can't imagine going to someone's stream I don't even know, and you know, maybe they're ranting and I tell them to calm down, or they're really happy and I tell them to not be happy, or they're crying and I tell them to man up and stop crying, right? Like, it's just insane. Like, who does that? I've joined streams, right, where someone's talking about drama or whatever, and they're all fired up and stuff, and I just get the popcorn and I'm like, okay, let's see what's going on, right? I'm not, oh, calm down, dude. It's insane, right? Like, the only time you should tell anyone to calm down is if they're like someone you really, really know, and you actually think you're giving them good advice. But they have every right to be like, that's terrible advice, and ignore it, right? And you should never give that kind of advice to someone you don't even know. Because it's not even advice, it's just your own like opinion. And it's like trying to be the arbiter of other people's emotions is just insane, right? That's, oh yeah, Percival got that, that hairdo there. I will never even understand that mindset, right? I could never join someone's stream that I don't even know very well and then just blurt some stupid shit like that out. You know, that's crazy. No, those guys, those two guys are both new. They were both new, and they're just both being shitheads. Whenever you have bigger streams, though, you always get random people coming in, and when you have most of my viewers right now are totally fine, right? And you know, even though if they're new or not, they're fine, right? But anytime you have a chunk of a big group of new people come in, there's going to be a slight percentage of them that, regardless of who's streaming, what they're doing, they're just jackasses, right? And there's people in life that are jackasses. When you work at a job, you know, you're gonna have a few coworkers that are probably jackasses. Maybe you go for lunch, right, and you run into some jackasses on the street, right? They're just out there, right? It's not the majority of people, thankfully, but there's always those guys out there. Man, this sucks. He didn't even get to be in this story that much. And, we didn't even get the kill on Barrel, like, fucking Christ. Surely Barrel was, like, fucked up, right? And you would think, like, Mash. What's Mash's agility stat? Hold on, let's look at this. Although she's a bit powered up right now, so she might actually be stronger than normal. So her agility stat, oh. It's D. That's not great. That's not great. I wasn't even expecting Castoria to. Jesus Christ! That whole scene, which was not in the game, by the way, but that scene with Mash and Lancelot doesn't really make any sense now that I see that her agility stat is D. I don't know. Maybe when Galahad's fired up, it might be higher. Let's check Castor Artoria's agility. Now, agility actually is not a representation of your raw speed. It's just not. Like, Kojiro has agility of A+, but he's actually slower than Artoria. His agility kind of represents his finesse and his, like, skill with the blade and that kind of thing. His actual, like, movement speed, he's actually said to be, like, one of the slowest servants ever, just because he's not a heroic spirit and everything. Wow, I think it's oftentimes servants that all do have a lot of finesse and stuff are also quick. It's commonly agility happens to be aligned with their speed, but many times it's not. It's just a fact. I mean, they're quite clear about that too. Cancer Artoria's agility is B, so I'd hope between the two of them they'd be able to catch up to wounded Barrel there, because Barrel was cursed and we beat the shit out of him, and you know he was running away there. So, but yeah, they didn't even try to catch him. So. Yeah, we're back with Fate Extra, people. Yeah, they should have had a stat that was for speed, but they didn't. But I think they kind of want it to be vague, so they kind of bullshit characters running away from each other and be like, oh, well, no, we can't catch them, right? Because Medusa, Natsu has just straight said this, Medusa and Ku are the fastest servants in Fate Stay Night. They're both really quick servants. They're some of the quicker servants out there, actually. But they don't have the highest agility stats we've ever seen by any means. But and Kojiro has a higher agility stat than them, but they're way faster than him. Artoria is faster than Kojiro, and they're way faster than Artoria. So what Nasu said is Medusa has slightly higher top speed than Ku, but they're both in really high top speed. But then Ku has higher acceleration than Medusa. Like that's his thing. He can like stop and start on a dime and just get to his top speed immediately. Richard is really fast, but that comes from an ability. That's not his inherent speed. If he doesn't have that ability going, he is, as far as I'm aware, is slower than Medusa and Ku, and by quite a bit. The thing about Richard is the longer the fight goes, the faster he gets. Oh man, why they gotta kill all of the characters that I like all of the time? Yeah, I would imagine, but it seemed like Beryl was weaker than Dog Juna, and then he's also wounded, so I wouldn't expect him to be super, super quick. But he's probably still quick, though. Wadim's dead, Canis is dead, like, just everybody, all the cool people are dead. Ophelia's dead. I wonder if Beryl is just going to die to that curse, or if he's going to find a way to cure it, or what. No, Kadok woke up, I'm pretty sure. Or did he? Oh, that's right, he woke up, and then he got saved by Rasputin, and then he got fucked up again in Lostbelt 5. And then I can't remember if he's... I guess he's still out of it since then. So I guess they're saving him for the finale, I guess. I don't know, we'll see. I mean, Kadok is one of my least favorite cryptors, but he's had some character development and stuff, and like I don't hate him, but he's not the best. And David, I don't even know like where David's loyalties lie and stuff, right? He's a real mystery right now. What are we doing here? I think David was loyal to like Wadim, but and you know he had saved the other cryptors several times and stuff. But Wadim's dead and everyone else is dead, so like his objective might change to something that they would not have agreed with in the first place. Like, who knows? Like it's so unclear what he was planning to do with his Lostbelt in the first place, let alone what he's doing now. What is going on right now? She's eating them? What the fuck? So the Rip the Fang tribe, I guess, at this point? Well, this is strange. See, now we're getting major plot developments, though. They killed her clan 1,000 years back. I guess that was a long time ago. It's because the lore in Lostbelt 6 is completely different from the normal timeline. Like, she's not herself from, like, Fate Extra and stuff. It's not like she was summoned here. The Lostbelt 6 is, like, it's so different from the normal stuff. Like, all this stuff, like, Morgan here is not like regular Morgan, you know, Kotoria here isn't like regular Kotoria. They have a complete, like, this whole world has, like, a really different past, and things have just played out so differently, and it's really warped. Like how Da Vinci puts it early on is it's basically not an alternate timeline, it's an alternate world, right? And it has like all these like weird systems and how people are born and stuff. It doesn't work anything like the regular you know, Fate verse. It's basically a Lostbelt inside of a Lostbelt from what I understand. It's especially that Morgan stuff earlier, right? Like whatever it was supposed to be, it's not even that, because you know they went back in time even further and like Ultra fucked it up. You know, it doesn't even have a Lostbelt tree, for God's sakes. So, like, all that stuff with BB and all that, that's not even a thing here. Like, that's not a... None of that stuff's here. Like, in the actual Fate, you know, timeline, she didn't exist back then, right? She's not like some, you know, 1,000-year-old fairy, you know, that was back before Camelot. That's not a thing. It's just in this place where all this nonsense happens. That's a big part of why I don't like Lostbelt 6, though. It's like a lot of made-up lore and stuff that's self-contained. And instead, I would rather explore, like... And of course, singularities are going to have divergences and oddities, and that's fine. But I'd rather be exploring, like... You know, the actual Fate lore with the normal, you know, fairies in Fate and the, you know, the normal stuff in Camelot and that kind of stuff. I don't want all this, like, you know, all that stuff they hinted at and stuff. I wanted to see that. I want to see Vortigern. I want to see normal Morgan. I want to, you know, I want to see, like, what is going on with the fairies and stuff with the, you know, Avalon and all that stuff. Instead of this, which is just a completely different, you know, set of rules and backgrounds and things. I really do need to wrap up, but like things are getting going, and it's the 5 AP now. Okay, I gotta wrap up though. I've been streaming for 6 hours. Probably should. The thing is, I'm actually feeling better today than I have in a long time. Like a lot of my health stuff is doing a bit better, and you know, I felt all right, so I was kind of ready to go. But we made some real progress here. We're pretty far along. Tomorrow might be like the real meat of it, right? Because it looks like you're going to have a bunch of boss fights at the end, right? We got to fight all the Knights of the Round, and I don't know if we'll fight Morgan or not. We'll see. But I figure all the big fights are coming up now. I guess Sithis and Beryl are still alive, so we got that too. Anyways, thank you guys for hanging out. I think the next stream is going to be some fun. I think we're going to get into the big boy fights and the big, you know, lore stuff, and we'll figure out what you know, where this is going. So I'm looking forward to that. I enjoyed this way more though. Like it. You know, they're finally getting to the good shit, right? You know, once we actually got up here and saved MASH, you know, it's been like, it's getting to what the meat of it, right? We're not doing all this wacky bullshit, and we've had some better boss fights. So I've been enjoying Lostbelt 6 way better. I still don't like it. I still think, you know, it took so long for it to kind of get the ball rolling. Like that fight with God Juna, and I don't mean lore-wise, but like that tier of difficulty, right? Like that, what that boss was difficulty-wise. We should have fought something like that in like chapter 3 or 4, for God's sakes. There was just no reason, and they've had plenty of boss fights throughout that you could have justified giving some kind of, you know, semi-difficult stuff to. There was just no reason to wait that long, right? And there was no, I don't get why they paced it this way. Anyway, let's see if there's somebody we can raid here. But yeah, I'm pretty pumped to stream tomorrow. I'll probably try to stream a little early just because I wanna get in here and see the ending of this. And I'm really curious where the time gate is and like what's the state of things. So I really want to. Oh, Cairo's raiding or streaming. Yeah, we'll raid him. Easy peasy. He's probably playing Lostbelt 6. He's probably earlier on than I am, but I'm pretty sure he's playing that. All right, boys. Thank you so much for hanging out, and I am out of here.